Welcome to Paranormal M, your window to the world beyond. Join us as we uncover the hidden truths and unearth the most spine-tingling stories from the realm of the paranormal. Subscribe, turn on notifications, drop an M down in the comments, and stay connected to our mysterious and hair-raising adventures. Zombie by the Cranberries and War Through a Child. Growing up, I was always immersed in music. My family always had the radio playing in the background. And, well, when we were in rural areas of my country where it would be impossible to have a signal for radio, CDs or vinyl and cassettes would come into play. Burning a CD was the first thing I learned to do on the computer. And we have such a big collection of burned CDs and bought CDs. I grew up listening to a variety of kind of music from various countries, but mostly listened to England, French, German, Swedish, Greek, Italian, Spanish, and a bit of Bollywood soundtracks, if, I like the movie. The same goes for movies that my mom's a huge fan of, like Scandinavian and French cinema, while my dad loves westerns, and my aunt loves silent, French and Italian cinema too. As a teen, I watched a lot of Spanish movies on YouTube trying to learn the language by myself. The last fact is that I'm a granddaughter of survivors of the Greek genocide that occurred from 1914 to 1922. It was in the Anatolia region, also known as the Asia Minor region. My maternal grandpa either fled as a child with his 5 siblings or their mother fled with him in her womb, and some of his siblings in tow. Things are unclear because I learned that 4 years ago, and whoever could give me more information is dead. At the time of the event I want to share, I was completely unaware of my family's history. The area my maternal grandpa's family is small. It's a village in Gallipoli. On to the post now. I remember my instant connection listening to Irish folk music and watching river dancing. I gasped and rushed to the TV and started bouncing on my feet trying to copy them. I would kiss the TV screen, trying to kiss every single dancer's heads, telling them how much of a good job that they did. I remember this sense of immense love and hope, the sense of home, and I remember breaking down crying when Mom told me that I couldn't learn this dance because we lived in a different country. Mom had found my reaction very funny, while Dad found it odd. I remember staring with this weirded out look in his eyes. One evening I must have been around 6 or 7, and I was at home doing some Christmas cards for my now late grandmothers and her family, just as a way to keep me busy while my mom was decorating and cooking lunch, since we waited for my dad to come home from going to get his mom from his hometown for the holidays. The radio, as always, in the background, was just playing. That's when the song Zombie by the Cranberries came on. I declared that this was my favorite song. Mom made a noise of approval, and then, intrigued, asked me if I understood what the song was talking about. I nodded and told her that the song was about war and death. At the time, I had barely started learning English, so I was nowhere near able to understand the song yet. Something was telling me that this was what the song was about. Mom looked surprised. I got curious and asked her if I was wrong, and she told me I wasn't. Then proceeded to ask me to elaborate on my own claim, and without stopping coloring, I told her that the singer sings as if she's like a mom grieving her dead children, while a bad soldier stands over her. She begs to reason with him, then went on to talk to me about how bad the war is and that I shouldn't grow fond of it. I reassured her that I knew very well how bad war is. Went on to tell her about my nightmares of dead bodies and feeling of fear I felt during the bad dreams, and of the news I usually caught Dad watching in the morning before work at the army base. And also how I didn't want Dad to die at war, like people in the TV or my dreams. Then I tell her that I'm a big girl, and if war happens, I'll protect her family with the moves that they taught me. Mom, but mostly Dad, taught me martial arts since I was 4, slowly starting when I was 2. I remember Mom chuckling and saying that war wouldn't happen, and that I should get those heavy thoughts out of my mind and just be a kid. I remember feeling offended. I turned to my baby sister, who was 1 year old, and promised that, I would be very scary so I could scare the bad guys away. A few hours later, Grandma came and I forgot about her conversation. Till it was late at night and woke up to pee and get a glass of water. I heard my parents in the kitchen whispering about me. It was about our song and the conversation. Dad doesn't believe Mom that I know what the song's about, and I was just maybe playing with her. Mom insists so much so, the next day Dad puts the song on from a CD and watches me react. I just tap my free hand on the table while drawing and moving my legs to the rhythm. Dad asked me if I knew what the song was about. I told him what I told Mom. He just nodded, stopped the CD, and opened the TV. Throughout the years, whenever the song would play, my parents would turn up the volume and turn to me and see my reaction, which most of the time was a smile and a thank you to them, while other times they would dedicate it to me. I had a few years to listen to the song on the radio, but in 2018 I woke up from a nightmare of dead bodies. A plane crashing. It was in Athens. My dad's death and the song's melody was playing on repeat in my head. The dream had the song's melody playing in the background. When I woke up, it was the first thing that it played. I truly love this song. It's one of my top 3 favorite songs, but how could a 7-year-old know about the subject of it, while it's in a foreign language that you don't understand yet? And why am I so drawn to Ireland? Although now I know I have a past life as an American soldier during the Vietnam War, could that have influenced my answer subconsciously? I also have flashing and small glimpses of memories that I've been killed by soldiers in various past lives. Could subconsciously have made that connection through ancestral trauma, make that connection considering my ancestry? Experiences I had, plus bonus of my aunt. I'm a scientist by education and trade, have worked in sciences, and a teacher in career. So I'm skeptical to the core. That said, I know unexplainable things exist, and I accept them. My first story is really short. I only know this from my mother. This is the only potentially scary one. When I was like 1 or 2, we lived in a house in northwest Florida. Apparently, my mom had a weird feeling at the house, and I would cry and scream every time we pulled into the driveway. My second story happened when I was exploring my spirituality and beliefs. I spent a lot of time learning about religions and philosophies from all over the world. I was raised Christian by a Catholic mom and an agnostic father, but I was given the freedom to explore, learn, and make religion and spirituality the personal relationship that it's supposed to be. In that time, I started delving into shamanic practices and went on a deep meditation journey. During the journey, I ended up in a forest. I met my guardian spirit. After a while, I was told it was time to go. I slowly came out of my state. It had been over an hour. I noticed the time had started the end. My music had ended, my incense was burned to nothing, and my room was dark as the sun hadn't set when I started. I made several more journals over the next few years, and even piqued the curiosity of some classmates who then sought out theirs. That said, I need to start making them again. My third story is a series of related feelings and experiences. The summer between high school and college, I went to Sequoia National Park. The first thing that happened was when I stood next to one of the trees and touched it. I was suddenly overwhelmed, nearly collapsed. I began sobbing as a tidal wave of emotion. And then a little later, I was standing at the base of a fallen tree, watching a mother brown bear and her cubs descend the hill. She and her cubs stopped at the other end. She sat there while they played. Every so often she would look at the people that had gathered, but when her eyes would meet mine, my eyes would well up and I could feel something warm and powerful stirring deep in my being. It was beautiful and peaceful despite the magnitude. The month after this, I was at an aquarium and a harbor seal kept swimming away and towards me. Every time it came back, it stared at me, and the intensity of that stare reverberated deep in my soul. Then at one point, it was like lightning struck me with the words, "This is what you're supposed to do." With an onslaught of thoughts, concepts, feelings, and it's hard to explain, but in that moment I felt more sure of anything. And I knew that I would overcome any and all obstacles and adversity. I changed my major to marine biology. I struggled, but the existential assuredness I got that day helped me through each challenge and persevere. Today I teach sciences in high school with a Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology and a Master of Science in Aquatic Environmental Science. In 1999, I lost my best friend at the time. He was a horse named Stormy. He belonged to my aunt, and I saw him every weekend. I changed schools during elementary school, and so he was my friend through all of it. Losing him was so devastating. Growing up for many years until I met my guardian angel, I could feel him at my lowest times. In 2019, I had my little old lady cat go. She was 19, and her health deteriorated very quickly. I had her from 6 weeks old to the last Friday of that May. The last night that we had her, she went blind and deaf in my arms. Her kidneys failed. Tried to give her some water and it just went right through, no filtering. It was heartbreaking. I held her all night and didn't sleep. I spoke to her even though she couldn't hear me. I knew she could feel the vibrations and the beat of my heart. She could smell me, because when I moved a certain distance away, she would freak out. Friday morning, we took her to the vet and held her until she was gone. I felt so bad because the week before we took her to the emergency vet for something that they could help her get past. She was alone without us. It was 2 hours away. That was for 7 days before they released her back to us. She had fluid on her chest and they drained it and wanted to keep her for observation. They were hopeful and positive she would improve, and she did. However, they noticed other things, wanted to extend the observation. They called me to tell me that they had found evidence of severe underlying neurological problems that she wasn't going to make it. We went and got her and the events above occurred. So the paranormal part. We said goodbye Friday morning. Friday night as I lay down to go to sleep, I suddenly feel her soft steps jump into the bed, climb up onto my chest, curl underneath my chin. I could feel the weight of her little 5.5-pound body right there, warm and breathing. She was never a purrer. She slept with me one last time, the way I held her the previous nights before she crossed the Rainbow Bridge. An encounter with human subconscious. We've been out for 4 days at this point with almost no sleep. We were a 4-man squad, operating completely independently, securing battalion-level safe data traffic. We got an order to relocate about 100 kilometers south of the coast. The day turned out to be quite long, and a long story short, we were at combat readiness in the new location at around 3 a.m. As the squad leader and I decided to take first watch and let the guys get some well-deserved rest. So I grabbed my gear and started walking toward our guard position down the road from our camp. Guard position in this context meant a concealed position in a ditch with a good view down the road. I got to the spot so it was just over 200 meters from our equipment. There was a bit of snow on the ground. The sky was clear and it was absolutely dead silent in the woods. I just laid on my back, leaning on the back of the ditch. This spot was lower than our camp. This was down the road into a kind of small valley, and it was a thick spruce tree forest. so all sounds that there would have been in our camp on higher ground and almost on the shore, you could kind of hear the sea from our camp, just died down. I was dead tired. I laid there on my back, just staring at a few stars peeking through the branches of the spruce trees, until I realized it wasn't as silent as I had initially thought, and that I could actually hear sounds from the woods behind my back. Just the most subtle little cracks, rustles, and other natural sounds. But as I concentrated on them, it was almost loud. Those little rustles became almost overwhelming sounds. And suddenly I felt this fear of something. I immediately opened my eyes and jumped up, looking behind me into the dark forest. I didn't see anything, but I had this unexplainable sense of being extremely vulnerable, like something was preying on me. I just gripped my rifle harder and even flicked off the safety, kept looking into every direction because I was completely circled by this thick, dark forest. I did have 4 mags of blanks on me, so I thought nothing else. Full auto blank as fire is a good way to scare away predators. Although in these parts it was quite unlikely to run into anything that would pose a threat to a human. The weird part was that I couldn't control my reaction at all. I was able to think clearly and tell myself that this is idiotic, there's absolutely no threat out there, no reason to be afraid. But it was like different parts of my brain weren't able to communicate with each other. Maybe because, while I did realize that there's no threat out there, and that this reaction is very unnecessary, at the same time the feeling of dread became deeper and deeper. You know the feeling like having an invisible force pulling you down? Almost like you would weigh 1,000 pounds. I was looking out into the forest and the darkness was just swallowing me up, almost like it was getting closer to me from all directions. Almost like the darkness itself was a sort of being, and the sound from the forest became totally exaggerated. At this point, I'm in the middle of the road on one knee. The light snow cover on the road seems like the only thing I can see anymore. It was like this tiny island in the middle of a void of darkness. A darkness that was trying to overpower and get to me. The guys are sleeping just over 200 meters away from me, but it felt like it could have just as well been light years away. Like everything was light years away, really. Like I was completely separated from everything I know on a totally different plane of existence. Sort of like being lost at sea. I was lost in the dark, drowning in it. What made this such a weird experience is that it truly was like half of my brain went completely rogue. The other half was talking sense and being calm, and the other refused to listen and was ringing every alarm bell. It was like I was calm and panicked at the same time. At some point, the reasonable part of my brain took control and shit just calmed down. I just stood there thinking, what in the Blair Witch Project fuck was that? Not sure how long the experience lasted. It felt like a short moment, but it definitely lasted longer than it felt. At some point not too long after, one of the guys came down the road to release me from watch duty. Smoked a cigarette, chatted for a bit, and then I walked back to camp. Crawled in my sleeping bag, still thinking about it. Never told anybody about that, actually. I think I just allowed myself to sleep in the next morning. Never experienced anything like it before or after. Sleep deprivation is a hell of a drug, kids. I think it's always a bad trip. Definitely learned from that and made sure all of us got more sleep from that day on. My sister finally believes in her attic spirit. Over the summer, my house has recently gained quite active spirits. We don't know where it came from, but I think it lived in the attic. And since I was cleaning the attic this summer, I must have disturbed it. And now it's become more active. I don't think it's evil, but it has the ability to speak. I, for one, have heard it say, okay, when I was home alone and asked it to stop slamming doors. Now on to the case at hand. My sister and stepmom were away this summer, so they didn't experience the attic spirit's arrival. But when I had friends over, they would hear it walking around upstairs and doors slamming or having lights turn off and on them. Once my sister and stepmom got home, people instantly got to telling them about what was happening. She laughed in their face, for the past months telling me I was making it up and I was going insane. Kind of a freak. This continued till Wednesday, when it finally decided to show itself to her. On Wednesday, my sister was cheerleading. She was late to be leaving and was in a rush. And as I've said on my previous post, my sister is very abusive towards me. So I'm there sitting in my room as she's screaming at me to get her stuff ready, because she doesn't want to, blah, blah, blah. So I told her to fuck off and do it herself. She responded by kind of walking toward her bedroom, but before she could get to the sound of footsteps running up the stairs and her bedroom door slamming in her face, she was shook, began asking me how I'd have done that. And now she finally believes in the attic spirit and doesn't call me a freak for believing in all that. Attic spirit and goth dino 10, little sis. Secret societies exist, and somehow are connected to the paranormal. I pledged around 10 years ago, and never truly had a love for the stuff. It seemed cool, had perks, and my friends were in it, so why not? The only reason I stayed committed is because my friends' reputations were on the line. Anyway, during the hazing process, I always wondered why we did some of the things that we did. Chanting with candles, repeating lines over and over, burning certain thoughts into our head while getting beaten. I specifically remember us looking at a burning candle, stating that certain people were the light of the world, and me thinking to myself, this shit is demonic as fuck. Then one day it got confirmed. This day we were just naked for a majority of the day, chanting and reciting, till they finally gave us potato sacks to wear. They tied strings around our genitals and made us jump into fake glass. They did this while asking for trust. We also sacrificed a living animal. And all I could think of while doing this shit was, I'm selling my soul? Why do we do this? I got a generic answer stating that because our ancestors did it. I was truly pissed and cried a lot that following day because we had to sleep in a small room that night and I didn't want to show weakness. The next morning, all I could ask myself is what other fraternity did they learn these rituals from? Or how or why were these things taught? I was searching for answers. Anyway, the paranormal happened the same day. While driving my car, I particularly remembered that the sun was shining extremely bright on me. My brain kept thinking the world is yours if you want it. Everything felt extremely positive for some reason. Then I stopped to get some gas, and before I could even get near the pump, an older gentleman with a devious grin, not frightening but proud. He walked up to me and said he wanted to shake my hand. I didn't know this man from a can of paint, and I know he didn't know me. We were complete opposites, not even the same race. I shook his hand, then looked back up at the sun, which seemed to still be beaming on me. The man walked away. I don't know to this day if that man was a demon or an angel or just a random coincidence, but it all felt surreal. Needless to say, I know people are off to the Illuminati train these days, but I'm just here to say that my fraternity is at the bottom of the totem pole, and the things that we went through were extreme and really embarrassing to talk about. And I always wonder, what do people at the top of the totem pole have to go through? And how deep does the rabbit hole go? Interdimensional portal in an old pigsty. So this happened 7-ish years ago when I was 16 or 17 and was living independently for the first time since leaving the local children's home. The building I lived in was a very old stone cottage that was once used as a pigsty before being converted. It was converted on a caravan site that used to be a farm. The place was always freezing cold and always had a weird vibe about it. A bunch of odd things happened there. But this was the main thing that stuck with me by far. At some point whilst living there, probably around the 6-month mark, I lost my keys. It doesn't matter to me much because it was just out in the sticks in rural Wales. But I felt I could confidently leave it unlocked with no bother, and I was able to easily get spare keys for the other ones, that were on the ring at least. Whilst not being too worried or thinking that finding them was very urgent, I did search the place top to bottom for them multiple times over the next 7 or 8 months, but never found them. Nor did I come across them when I had organized cupboards and drawers or moved furniture around. They were just completely gone. One morning I woke up around 10 or 11 a.m. and came straight through into the kitchen. The place was a long rectangle with 4 rooms in a row, from right to left: bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, tiny hallway with front door and living room. I was doing that to make coffee for myself as usual. And there, right in the middle of the kitchen counter in front of the coffee pot and kettle, as if I had just left them there the night before, were my keys. As you can imagine, I was floored by the perceived nonchalance that these inanimate objects were sitting there with. Instantly, my thoughts turned to sleepwalking, downright forgetfulness. But I still knew in the back of my mind that none of this explained it. I went to go grab them and instantly dropped them because of the searing pain in my hand, like they were hot, like metal baking trays straight out of the oven hot. Hot like they had been sitting under the sun on a corrugated metal roof all day in a summer hot heat. I made myself coffee, making sure not to touch them, left them there all day, then eventually picked them up and hung them on the hook next to the door. Didn't lose them again. Some other things that happened. Hearing a woman crying outside my window during winter when there were no guests staying in the caravan or camping section of the park, which was in a different field, by the way. Repeatedly walking up to find a suited man sitting at the end of my bed in the middle of the night. Not sure of dreams, but never really felt like dreams. Doors opening and closing that I knew were not open or closed beforehand. Wardrobe being opened and things being dragged out of it whilst I was out of the room. This happened a lot, no matter how I stacked them in there. The door on it was one of those that you have to push inwards for it to release the catch and open outwards, if you get what I mean. TV turning on and off by itself, lights flickering and bulbs breaking way more often than it's normal. Could have been faulty wiring, of course. Extra cold and warm spots throughout the building, which I often walked through and felt forming and dissipating next to me. I used to sleep with an electric blanket under my bottom sheet, and 2 or 3 blankets on top of me, and I would occasionally wake up freezing with 1 or 2 of the top layers on the other side of the bedroom. No way I could have kicked them that far in my sleep. Once I woke up with my bed a foot away from the wall. It was a divan bed with wheels, so we're not in an area that experiences earthquakes or anything like that. Anyway, I moved out when I was 17, and social services don't put kids there anymore due to some unrelated issues. Which I'm glad about in many respects, but feel free to ask questions, share any similar experiences, or share explanations. Paranormal experiences, glitch, unexplained events, sleep paralysis. For context, I live in Ireland. I migrated from Poland when I was around 12 months old. I moved to this current residence in 2009 when I was 7. When we first moved in there was nothing about the house that made it creepy. It was a 2-bedroom house with an attic which my parents later converted into my bedroom. I'll quickly explain the layout of my bedroom. My bed is directly opposite the door which leads straight onto the stairs. The stairs curve down left, so there's no actual landing outside my door. The stairs also curve left, one again into the upstairs hallway where my parents' and brother's bedrooms are located. This will probably become relevant later. So my first encounter with a shadow person didn't come long after moving into the newly converted attic. Since my bed faced directly opposite the door, I saw the stairs leading down. If it was left open, you know. My parents left my bedroom door open when I was younger. Couldn't tell you why. Whenever I lay in bed at night, I would be greeted with a pitch-black silhouette. It would usually just stand there, and me being a terrified 7-year-old, I stared back. Even though I couldn't make out any facial features, I could still recognize that it was staring right at me. Now, I can't be 100% sure if this is, but I'm pretty sure that it wore a hat. I say he as he gave off a male vibe. I would always be terrified to close my eyes and would usually turn my back on him whenever I saw him, which was most, if not all, nights. I never heard of a shadow person until years later when I was talking to a friend. I also had many encounters with footsteps in the upstairs hallway. I remember one of the clearer times when I stayed up during one of those nights and just clear as day heard the running of footsteps right underneath me. At this point, I'd lived in this house for at least 5 years, so I got used to the sound of creaking of the poorly built floorboards in the hallway. I surprisingly wasn't really scared, but more fascinated since I'm a big horror geek. The next morning when I asked my mom about the noise, she looked at me as if I was insane. She's not the biggest believer of the unknown. There was another time where I woke up at 3 a.m. This was fairly recently. Maybe 1 to 2 years ago. I remember it was 3 a.m. as I woke up without the grogginess that I usually have. I was wide awake. One other thing I forgot to mention is that I have one of those long rectangular mirrors attached to my door. So from my bed, I can see practically everything of my bed. That night I woke up and the first thing I saw when my eyes shot open was a black hand at the opposite end of my bed. The weirdest thing was that it didn't disappear. I was staring at it, but the next thing I noticed it was gone. Just like that. I was also very relaxed. I'm a very anxious person and have been on medication before, so for me being calm in this situation was just abnormal. I just kept looking around my room, and the next thing I know was 5 a.m. I swear to you, it didn't feel longer than 10 minutes, so where did those 2 hours go? Still have no explanation to this day. Me and my friend also tried handmade Ouija boards, but never got anything exciting. That same friend was also a very big believer of the paranormal. So when we saw a girl on the 3-wheeler bike disappear in front of our eyes, it was something that really hyped us up, not gonna lie. The bike had 3 wheels very low to the ground, where one had to practically lie on the bike to start it. We were walking back from a shop in the summer, and something made us both just stop what we were talking about and look at this little girl on the right of us ride that bike. We both then looked back at ourselves, and I shit you not, a split second later when we looked back, the little girl was gone, and the bike was rolling towards us on its own. We both were so dumbfounded and began to look around where the little girl could have disappeared in the split second that we were looking at each other. My parents have left me in my house alone many times while they travel back to Poland with my brothers to visit my grandparents. I love staying alone since my house can get very loud at times. However, the footsteps and the closing of doors can get a bit unsettling when you're alone downstairs in the dark. It's annoying since this only really ever happens when I'm alone, and honestly, I don't feel safe at all when it gets dark. This house has just unsettled me for the longest time. I don't get scared easily either. Like I said, I'm a big horror fan and will watch scary-ass horrors at 3 a.m. alone in my room. Saying that, the footsteps don't make me shit myself, but they're not comfortable to hear. The last experience I'll tell you, since this is getting long, happened a few weeks ago. I've always heard people talk about their sleep paralysis, and as much as they interest me, I'm so very terrified of experiencing them. Saying that, When I woke up in the middle of the night, to me, not being able to move, I knew exactly what this was. I knew I was dreaming, and I knew that it was sleep paralysis. My body was so stiff and I couldn't move or talk. I was laying on my back with my hands on either side of me and my legs lying straight down. My head was facing the left when I felt someone staring at me. I can't exaggerate this enough when I say flipping my head from staring to the left side of me, having it kind of be straight up, was the hardest and most difficult thing I've ever experienced. My neck was so stiff, and I used so much energy just to move it 90 degrees. I looked down, and on the right corner of my bed was a small creature. He was darker than my pitch-black room, and I could make out a tail. Honestly, the best I can compare it to is like a stereotypical image of the devil. Except it was small, maybe 1 meter in height. It was pitch black and didn't have horns. I was so scared, but I couldn't scream. Then I felt something heavy on my legs. It felt like even smaller versions of the creature slowly crawling up my legs. They were so heavy, and I could just feel their hands from above the covers. I then began to scream for my mom, and she came into my room and said nothing, just lied down beside me. This was odd, since she'd never just come and lie beside me, especially since I was screaming. The next thing I know, I wake up. Same position, same dark room. The positions of the pillows and cover become exactly identical. My mom wasn't there. I have no idea if I can ever call that sleep paralysis since I woke up again, but I can tell you that it was real. Too real to be just a dream for sure. Bedtime shuffles. I was staying at my partner's house, who had not long come out of an abusive relationship. She was moving out of the house and had a few boxes in the bedroom where we were to sleep. She had a 6-year-old who was in the house with us sleeping in his room. I woke up during the dark early hours of the morning and heard him shuffling about at the bottom of the bed. I kept my head slightly under the covers and my eyes shut, as to be honest, didn't want to have to deal with the 6-year-old and was hoping he'd wake his mom up. After 3 or 4 minutes, I started to think that this wasn't him, and he hadn't tried to wake either of us up, just moving around at the bottom of the bed. Then I panicked. The X. I started to worry for us all at this point. Then I heard the footsteps I'd been listening to suddenly stomp and rush up the side of the bed on my partner's side. That was enough for me. I screamed as I flicked the bedside light on, expecting a confrontation. However, there was no one there in the lit room. No sun, no X. In the next few seconds, both myself and my now-awake girlfriend then heard footsteps almost running go back down the side toward the bottom of the bed across the room. To top off the experience, the boxes where the footsteps sounded ended suddenly tilted and rocked as if somebody had run straight into them. I have no explanation for what happened. My girlfriend had never experienced anything in the house before. My experiences living in the old area of Jerusalem. So around 6 years ago, I lived near Oldtown Jerusalem. Most parts of it that are built are kind of a few hundred years old at most, but the foundations date back thousands of years. I used to hang out around there quite a bit during the evening and night. It's very beautiful and quiet while tourists leave, and plus, a good friend of mine lived there with her family. Most of the time there was nothing out of the ordinary, just tiny old alleys and streets. But I did experience some things that made me doubt my skepticism of the paranormal over the year living there. First, one evening as I was going to visit my friend, I suddenly felt really cold. This was around mid-August, which in Israel means over 30 Celsius. It was a pretty sudden shift. I had this strong feeling of being watched, and the streetlight near me was flickering. I kept walking toward her house, and a minute or so later I heard footsteps behind me. This freaked me out as the street seemed pretty empty, and and the footsteps sounded close. They came out of nowhere. I had to turn right a few steps later, and as I turned, I looked around and saw nobody was there. That creepy being watched feeling just kept on going until I got to my friend's house. I did tell her what happened. She said I'm not the first to experience such things on that street. The second thing that comes to mind is that I was walking around the Russian area when I heard a strong bang coming from what looked like a public building. When I looked toward it, I saw the front door was wide open, which was odd, as no one was around. I looked for a little longer and saw what seemed to be a figure of a man looking at me from the front window. It was dark. I couldn't make much more of it. A second later, it seemed to disappear, and the front door slammed shut in my face. I noped the fuck out of there. Yes. I later found out that it was a Russian hospital. You can all look that one up. Apparently it's counted as one of the most haunted buildings in Jerusalem. So much so that some guards refused to patrol that area in the previous decades. The last one happened when my friend was with me. I joined her for an evening prayer at the synagogue. Not religious or Jewish for that matter, but I do enjoy the tradition occasionally. We left early since she was feeling bad. We were both heading to the backyard when we heard the gate open and close. We weren't in line of sight to it yet, but if somebody would go out, we would have likely seen them as there is only one path back. However, as we approached it, we didn't see anybody going in either. That for itself was odd, but as we walked toward it, it started slowly opening by what seemed to be like as if it was by itself. We both looked at each other, turned around, and walked toward the front gate, deciding silently that a freaky moving-by-itself gate isn't something that we'd like to deal with. After a few steps, we started hearing footsteps following us. We sped out of there, practically running, though my friend claimed at some point that she felt something grab her arm. Personally, I didn't experience that. But when we got to the front of the synagogue, one of the other ladies was also outside and leaving toward her home. She saw how frightened we are, asked what happened. We told her that we heard somebody chase us, and she claimed she saw nobody behind us. Stayed away from that synagogue ever since, even though it's kind of counterintuitive as places of prayer usually don't have this kind of experience. I had a few other weird vibes and feelings of being watched when I was living around there, but nothing visual or auditory except these. Still sometimes doubt it's thinking it's just me being a little edgy since it's kind of a really old, kind of quiet place, especially after dark. My mom wasn't home. I've had some friends make fun of me for believing in the paranormal, but I've had too many things happen to me to just brush off their existence. Here's the most unexplainable thing that's ever happened. In my last house, I seemed to be the only one who experienced weird phenomenon. So when we moved and nothing happened for months, I was satisfied that whatever was in the old house didn't follow us. Until one day, my two younger brothers and I were in the kitchen eating breakfast. It was probably around 7, so there was plenty of sunlight. I sat near the window at the table while my brother ate at the island. That's when we heard my mom call one of my brother's names. It sounded like it came from the hallway. In the hallway, you'll find a bathroom, the laundry room, and at the end of the hall, my room and my brother's room. So my brother, we'll call him R, perks up and says, "Did Mom just call me?" I tell him yeah, and he gets up and goes to the hallway, which isn't viewable from where my other brother, B, and I were sitting. We continue eating, and a few seconds later, R comes running back and asks where Mom is. "You are loud, sir." I shrug and say, "Check our parents' room," and off he goes. He comes back out looking confused and about to say something when my mom calls him again, coming from the hallway. So R runs back to the hallway while B and I give each other a weird look. R comes back from the hallway again, very confused, when my dad suddenly comes down the stairs, where he said he'd been ironing. R asks where our mom is. My dad says she left for work early, and I immediately felt uneasy, so I asked exactly how early. 6 a.m. She left at 6 a.m., an hour before the event happened. I can't explain an explanation for it. 3 people witnessed it. My dad didn't hear anything. We clearly heard my mom's voice yell ours name twice. My mom was long gone, already at her job. No other woman lives with us. The voice was loud and monotone, too, as if my mom were calling for R to put his clothes away. That was the first paranormal experience at our new house. Now we've had a few more things happen, and I always happen to be there, just like in our last house. I'm beginning to wonder if it's because I was born on Halloween that I attract these things. I don't know, but whatever was in my old house definitely followed us. I came across something I've never seen before tonight while driving. I was driving around Maryland, specifically Fort Howard area, before you enter the actual park past the gates. If anybody's familiar with this area, it was around 8:50 p.m., so it was dark. This area is near a state park and has a lot of wooded areas. I was driving and felt the urge to glance on my left. I saw something I've never seen in my entire life. I see this white human-like creature, like a pure white color, looked blackish and gray in some areas, like it was like dirt or ashes of some sort. And it has just these 2 black eyes. No other distinguishable facial features, no clothes, no real defining features other than a skinny, lanky body and black eyes. It had a noticeable protruding rib cage as well. I get freaked out and drive further away from that area and pull over to regain myself. I have a Bluetooth transmitter for my radio, and as soon as I start to slow down and pull over, my radio changes from the station I had set to a completely different station that was 3 stations away from the one that I had. I would try to change it back, then it would go to static and white noise. I finally figured it out. Once I started to pull away from the area, it went back to that same station it had changed to before, and the lights inside my car came on. But the knob wasn't switched to the lights being turned on. I drive an older car, and the switch turned the lights on the insides on the left of my steering wheel with a sliding knob so I can adjust the brightness. And when I turn the lights on, I can feel it click. And when I went to turn them off, it didn't click, so the light wasn't turned on manually. This was pretty brief, and the lights switched off on their own again after a bit. I turned around and sped back towards my friend's house so I could drop her off. I'm feeling quite uneasy still. The fact I've had this car for about 3 months and have never had a glitch like this was very odd. When I dropped off said friend, I started to get a wave of exhaustion just creeping over me. I've been feeling tired and drained ever since. Sorry for the long post and maybe jumbled up sentences. I just liked anybody's input on this, and if anybody's had some kind of idea of what this could have been or an explanation of any kind. The Woman in White. So a couple of years ago when I was 12, I was working this event called Thomas at our local train station. Before one of the days, me and 2 of my friends decided to go explore and try to find weird stuff in the museum. Mainly, we were looking for ghosts, the most famous being the Woman in White. Apparently, she was killed when someone pushed her onto the tracks when a train was coming and the wheels crushed her. While me and my friends were looking around, we came across a train car. We went in, and since it was very dark, I was forced to go first, because I was the only boy. As we were walking in the car, I spotted something in a next car, which was a mail car. There was a woman in a large old-time dress standing there. The unsettling thing was her neck was at an unnatural angle. She was turned away from us, and as my friend Emma saw it, she lost it and screamed. As she was screaming, the lady turned and her mouth opened unnaturally, and we all got the hell out of there. We had one more friend in the lobby. and when we explained what happened, she wanted to go take a look herself. We went back to the car but found nothing. As we were walking out, I was the last one in the car, and I stopped and looked back, and there was some light from the sun on the wall. A shadow passed extremely fast. Once again, I got the hell out, didn't tell my friend what I saw, as they would probably go back and look. I kept having nightmares about her. Mostly just her standing there with her mouth open with this unnatural scream. My mom, who worked at the station, has also seen her, just not as violently as I did. Hope I never see her again, though. One time was enough. Salt randomly appearing. Before you try to rationalize this, you have to know before it happened to me that I was a hardcore atheist. No paranormal bullshit. Everything could be explained by science, and if it's not, it's because our tools aren't sophisticated kind of a person. I would also rationalize it in trying to explain if it hadn't happened to me. It was such a simple thing that was so factual that there's no way I imagined it. I'm also not changing any details because I was so shocked by this that I kept replaying the event in my head over and over, telling people every single detail every single time to not forget the way that it happened exactly. Anyways, it was almost 10 years ago when I was a teenager living with my dad's stepmom and stepsister. I woke up on a Saturday morning. My stepmom and stepsister were gone every Saturday for my stepsister's cheerleading practice. My dad was making a traditional breakfast soup from my country of origin and woke up to eat it. On the way from my room, I passed by the kitchen to grab an individual placemat made out of plastic. I carried it with my hand vertically and put it on the table, placed my elbows on top of it. I glanced at it for a second to make sure that my pajamas wouldn't get dirty in case it was unwashed or stained from last night's dinner. It was clean. I put my elbows on top, started scrolling on my phone. After a few minutes, my dad came with the soup, walking slowly, holding it with both hands as he tends to fill the bowl all the way up. At that moment, he placed the soup down, topped the placemat, took my elbows out of the way, and saw a line of salt next to the bowl. It wasn't scattered, but clearly defined, like somebody had cut a bag of salt's corner and made a line with precision. It was 1 centimeter wide and about 10 centimeters tall. I looked at my dad and said, "And this?" He said, "I don't know, did you put salt there?" I said no and pointed out the fact that there was no salt shaker on the table. Went to grab a new placemat as I just sat there wide-eyed saying, "But what the fuck? How did it appear here?" I asked him if he had maybe had salt stuck to his hands while cooking. He said no, his hands and bowl were clean. Also, the line of salt was about 5 centimeters away from the bowl, and there was no scattered salt between the bowl and the line of salt. My dad told me to get over it and eat, like I was like, how? Random salt appearing out of nowhere? I brought it up several times to him, and he just said stop thinking about it. Obviously, I haven't listened. Ever since then, I don't consider myself an atheist, but more of an agnostic. I don't know the meaning of it or if I'll ever find an explanation. I read another post about salt appearing randomly in this form and decided to post after so many years. It was so fucking crazy. Apartment might have a ghosty friend. I think that my apartment has a ghost living here as well as me. Things fall off or fall over in the middle of the night for no reason. Stuff that's been on a shelf or on a wall for months suddenly falls off. The odd, loud noise at random times of the day and night when I go look, nothing's out of place at all. Like Ghosty is stamping about for the hell of it. I don't mind it, I guess you could say, but it's their home as much as it is mine. I've never felt threatened by it or anything. Whenever I hear one of these noises, I reply with, "I hear you." And the noises seem to stop for a few days until it happens again, and I say the same thing in reply. Almost like it's reminding me that it's here too. With that said, noises at nighttime are not cool, and I tell it so whenever it happens. A firm and simple, Stop it. Kind of all it needs. One night about a month ago, my kitchen bin line mysteriously lifted up and fell off the top of the bin at like 4 a.m. and crashed into the floor. I wasn't happy at all, so I let them know it. Hasn't happened again. How can I 100% prove that this is a ghost, though? I say it's a they, as I don't know their gender or name or anything. Ghosty is all about I could come up with. Is there any way of proving it one way or the other? If nothing else, I'd like to at least know their name. Ask Reddit. This is super late, but the reason I believe in the supernatural is because of traumatic experiences as a kid. It was Easter Sunday, and my parents had set up an Easter egg hunt in the house for my brother and I. The eggs were all over the house, and my parents had just put $1 coins in each of them, even in their bedroom and our bedrooms, bathrooms, etc. My parents put us out on a timer and said anything that we don't get after 30 minutes they would take back. My brother and I decided that when the timer started, we would go book it back to their bedroom because it was the furthest room from us, and we would work our way back. So my parents started the timer. We ran up to their bedroom and into the bathroom. We scoured the shower under the sink and shut the door, because there's a shelf that's hidden behind it that's probably open. There was an egg there. We grabbed it, but the door locked behind us. My brother and I immediately panicked and tried to open the door and bang on it and started yelling that our parents were cheating. Maybe they had done it on purpose. We were just playing around and it was all giggles and fun. Then the room started shaking. I immediately got freaked out. I was only like 8 or 9 at the time. My brother was 5 or 6. He was just kind of confused on why it was shaking. The blinds in the bathroom were shaking, and the window started flashing with really, really bright lights outside. I thought we were going to die. Started screaming and crying immediately and banging on the door for real now, and finally, after about 10 seconds, my thoughts turned to keeping my brother safe. I opened up the cabinet door and started trying to shove him in there, because I remembered my teacher telling us about getting something to protect our heads if we really had an earthquake. There was a really loud noise outside, like a lot of wind, and this really deep noise like something was coming towards us. My brother was too big to get fully in the cabinet, but I sat down beside it trying to hold the door shut, covered my head and closed my eyes and thought we were going to die. Then the bathroom door opened, and all of it stopped. My mom was looking super confused at me when I opened my eyes. I immediately jumped on her and hugged her and cried, yelling that it was an earthquake because it's the only explanation I had. My brother was stuck in the cabinet. She immediately freaked out and yelled for my dad, and he ran upstairs. My mom sat me on my bed and got my brother out. He was crying and scared too. I told her what happened. She probably would have thought it was nuts, but my brother confirmed the lights, the shaking, and the scary-ass noise. She and my dad had absolutely no explanation on this, and she said that they didn't hear us or any noise. They only came upstairs because there was like 5 minutes left on the timer and thought something was wrong if we were still upstairs looking for eggs. Or they'd be nice and give us a hint and go downstairs. About a week later, I told my neighbor about it. He was one of my favorite people because he was super funny and let us ride our bikes up his big driveway. When I told him about it, he immediately looked freaked out. He said that a long time ago, like 10 years ago, there was a bad plane crash in the neighborhood. I rode my bike back home and told my mom. She freaked out too, looked it up, and it was true. Since then, I've believed in that shit. Ask Reddit. I don't live in one, I hope, but I work at a restaurant that used to be the home of a family in the 1870s. The place is really haunted and famous for it. The other employees and the owners have their own stories, which are pretty spooky, but I have just the one. The Lady in Black. Few people have seen her, myself included, and you can tell from the separate stories and the way that they correlate that something paranormal is definitely going on. Now, for a bit of context, sorry if this makes no sense, The restaurant is divided into 4 rooms being converted from a house and all, with 2 rooms at the front booth adjacent from the lobby thing, and a hallway that goes to the back of one of the backs and the other 2 rooms adjacent to it. The room at the far right side of the house, the one adjacent to the hallway, is said to be the most haunted because it's separated from others and just kind of eerie in general. However, I think the room down the hall from it is definitely more haunted. I mean, it's got nice blue walls and a large window overlooking a little side garden area where the groundhog lives. If I were a ghost, I'd pick that room too. Anytime I pass quickly by that room, which I do quite a lot because I pay, kind of dependent on how much I work, I'm not very high on the restaurant totem pole. 9 out of 10 times I see a figure in that room. Not sure how, but I can tell you as I pass that it's a woman in a black dress who's very, very sad. I always double back to check, and there's never anyone there. She only appears when the room's empty. And I learned after I saw her that one of the women who lived in the house had a son that died. Also in the house, I believe. And I don't think that she ever got over it. So much sadness. I don't think I've ever felt such pain. I can't help but feel bad for her, alive or dead. That's the end of Night Stories. See ya. Step into the mystical realm with Paranormal M, your gateway to the otherworldly. Immerse yourself in the quest for concealed realities and discover the most chilling tales from the paranormal domain. Ensure that you subscribe and activate notifications to remain linked to our enigmatic and hair-raising escapades. Drop an M in that comment box. My grandmother Ida had sight. The preface: my grandmother was 14 when she and her 5 younger siblings became orphans. I'm not sure if that maybe led to her, I hesitate to say, abilities. I wanted to be a skeptic, but I finally believe. Compiled below are just a few stories of her encounters. Not sure if these fit with this sub, but let me know. Checking in to say hello. One night Ida was sitting up in bed reading. The only light is overhead. She looked up to see someone in the doorway, thinking it was one of her 5 kids. Those Catholics waste no time. She said, "Get back in bed." They didn't move. She goes back to reading, thinking maybe her kid was just half asleep and they'd find their way back anyways. 60s parenting was just to ignore all the children. She looks up again to see 2 figures this time. She got frustrated that now 2 kids escaped their room and got out of bed, walking toward the doorway. But she realizes there's a taller figure with broad shoulders, and a shorter one. She could make out that one was a man and the other was a woman. She walked toward them, and they dissipate. She told me she wasn't scared, but felt almost comforted. She went into the hall to be sure that it wasn't her kids. Nothing. She laid in bed long enough to realize it was her parents in the doorway. She didn't recognize them since she hadn't seen them in about 20 years. Saying goodbye through a computer. She had Alzheimer's. We didn't know she was living with bone cancer. Came quick. Not all the family made it to the hospital before she passed. While in the hospital, she held conversations with her sister, who had passed years before. The day she passed, my uncle was still stuck at work. He said his computer just turned off. He was frustrated because it was the last hour of work. But instead of the computer saying shutting down, as Windows did back then, the message said goodbye, and then the screen remained black. Took him a few tries with the power button to get it back on. Didn't register at first, he just thought it was some new update. He got a call 30 minutes later from family that his mother had passed. We all believe it was my grandmother saying goodbye to her only child that couldn't make it to the hospital in time. Saving her sister. My grandmother woke up in the middle of the night in a panic. She had this insane feeling that something bad was about to happen to her sister, whom she hadn't seen in about a year. My grandmother lived in Virginia, called her sister living in upstate New York, to tell her that she needed to go to a doctor as soon as possible. Ida wouldn't get off the phone until her sister agreed to go and get a physical exam. The next day, my great-aunt was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer. The doctor told my great-aunt that they rarely caught breast cancer that early. This was in the 80s. She remained in remission the rest of her life. I'm a skeptic, but I now genuinely believe my house is haunted by spirits. I live with my family in a late 17th/early 18th century farmhouse. My grandmother has lived in one side for many years and had an incident where children were playing in the hallway one day when she was the only person home. The house hadn't been renovated for 100 years or so we had to do it. We had a roofer in to do the redo of the roof. One day he said to my dad that he met our spirits, a little girl who had apparently lost her shoe, and that they were very pleasant. Apparently he didn't know whether or not to say anything to my dad for fear of putting him off. Before moving in, I had an experience where I was outside with my mom and sister. We heard a rapping at the window, 3 knocks, loudly. There was nobody inside, and nothing could have caused 3 distinct knocks. My dad had exactly the same experience a few months ago. My dad has heard footsteps coming from upstairs when there's nobody home. Doors have opened and closed on their own. My mom once saw that she thought she saw me in the house, distinctly a person similar to me though. Yet there was nobody home. I have a question. I've actually sat down and tried to speak to this spirit. I've asked questions and asked for a sign that I'm heard. Is there any way to get the spirit's attention or response without a seance or a Ouija board? Is it possible? As I said, I'm a skeptic, but after reading all 3 volumes of the 14 times, it happened to me, and researching astral projection, I'm no longer so sure that spirits don't exist. A further question is, why doesn't everybody leave a spirit behind when they die? Need help identifying what I saw last night. For the record, today is Friday, August 18th, 2023. I'm a single 44-year-old female. I don't do drugs and I only drink socially. Last night I had not had anything to drink. I was awoken early this morning around 3:39 a.m. by my palm chin puppy Joey. He was growling and barking. He was looking out my bedroom door into the hall. I could hear footsteps on my floor. They sounded like human footsteps, but there was also a strange click, like someone's nails touching the floor. I immediately got up, turned on the light. I went to go check out my small apartment for an intruder. There was no one there, so I grabbed a drink of water, came back to bed. When I got to bed, I said, "In the name of Jesus, I claim protection on myself and all those that live in this house." I have a family that lives in the apartment upstairs, too. I read a few Bible passages and fell asleep watching some Christian ASMR. I was woken up again around 5:30 a.m., this time by Joey's growling and barking. When I opened my eyes, I was confused because right above me and slightly to my right was a gray, dimly glowing entity. I think when I first awoke, it was really close to me, but I had fallen asleep with my Bible in my hand. I don't believe it touched me. It moved swiftly, however, up into the right-hand corner of my room closest to me. There it crouched, almost like a cat before pouncing. It glowed enough to dimly light the room. At first, I thought it looked like a skeleton. However, on considering it, it think it had long, thin, ropey muscles throughout. I couldn't make out a clear face. It moved quickly after a few seconds and darted over top me to the left side of the room. At the same time, I reached over and turned on the bedside table light. When I did, it was gone. There's a little more to add to the story, and I hope someone can help me identify this thing and what I should do. I called my sister this morning, described to her exactly what I just shared to you. She surprised me by saying she knew exactly what I had seen. She said she saw a video of, I guess, one of these things taken by a man filming his friends on a rooftop. She described it as looking like Gollum from Lord of the Rings with a face that's indistinct. Except for the glow, that was pretty accurate. Has anyone seen this video? I can't find it. She says that the show described this entity as a lower-level demon. They're almost always controlled by someone and sent with the purpose of causing mischief. I hadn't told her yet, but I got a name when I saw that entity, but it didn't make much sense, so I just filed it. I've been blessed since childhood with being able to discern spirits, but as a Christian, I don't play in that pool. I don't seek these kinds of things, and I'm kind of interested in advice on what I should do, though. I wasn't terrified, but I also don't want more late-night visits by whatever that was. Should I say something to the person I think sent it? How would you even go about that? I pray and believe in the power of the Holy Spirit and Jesus over demons. Should I do anything else? Any idea what this was? All because of a PS3. I want to start off by saying that I'm usually very skeptical when it comes to unexplainable things. At least I try to be, and it served me well to keep my cool in otherwise scary situations. However, for the life of me, I still can't find an explanation for what I saw that day, and I'd like to emphasize that this story is 100% real. Like every good story, I'm going to start with some context. Sometime back in 2012, I was 14 years old. I'd just moved to America the year prior without my parents, so I was staying with my uncle for the time being. This particular uncle, he was the youngest of all of his siblings. All that to say that we weren't that far apart in age. He was around 21, which in my eyes made him the cool uncle. He had the same sense of humor and similar interests. Why is this important, you ask? Well, imagine being 21 and single and suddenly you have to start taking care of a 14-year-old. Needless to say, he didn't stop his partying life just because I was around. So sometime in that year, my uncle started seeing this girl. Let's call her Anne. He'd go over to Anne's apartment after work all the time to hook up and then come back to sleep at the house, then repeat the next day. Well, he wanted to start spending the night at her place, planned to go spend the weekend with her. But because I was living with him, and the whole being new to this country thing, he didn't want to just leave me, just all home alone. What was his solution? To ask me to spend the night at her apartment too, of course. She was older and had a very nurturing personality and had 3-bedroom apartment to herself, so she didn't mind at all. She even encouraged it. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually her idea to have him ask me. I wasn't super thrilled about the arrangement, not because of how awkward it could be, but because of how kind of boring the whole thing was going to be for me. Back then, I didn't have a smartphone or a gaming console or anybody to buy them for me. I did have a laptop, but she didn't have Wi-Fi. So in the middle of the week when I went to hang out with a friend, he actually agreed to let me borrow his PS3 for the weekend. It was actually his older brother's, who wasn't staying with him at the time, and he had an Xbox, so he didn't really care. So long as I brought it back in one piece, of course I could use it. So the weekend comes and we head over to her apartment. They're actually more like townhouses connected together by a wall. Specifically, this is a low-income housing complex. and it has a terrible reputation in our small town for being the easiest spot to get whatever drug you wanted. The reason this matters is because when we got there was actually a couple fighting outside our unit, and upon parking in front of them, they went inside. I found this odd because my uncle told me Anne lives by herself. So as it turned out, both Anne's sister and her boyfriend had just gotten out of jail the day before and were staying with Anne for some time. But because we were staying the night, they were going to spend the night somewhere else. But they hadn't left yet. So we go and meet everybody. The sister and boyfriend look exactly like you would expect from somebody with heavy drug use and smoking. The boyfriend in particular stood out to me because it's the first time I've ever seen anybody with a face tattoo in real life. Anyway, I let the adults mingle. Meanwhile, I went to go to the other room to play the PS3. Pretty much stay on it the whole time. Must have been around 11 p.m. when the other couple finally left. My uncle and Anne went upstairs to their room to, quote-unquote, take care of business. Eventually, I too went upstairs to the room I was staying at. I laid down and took out my laptop. I think I started playing Plants vs. Zombies or some other half-baked flash game I had available offline. I don't quite remember. About an hour goes by and I start hearing some commotion downstairs. A lot of noise and some talking. It was loud enough that I could hear it upstairs, but I didn't wake up my now asleep uncle and Anne. Thought it was odd because it was only the three of us, so I didn't know who could be downstairs making all this noise. I figured, maybe Anne's sister and her boyfriend came back. They're doing whatever downstairs. So I didn't pay much attention to it. That was until I remembered the PS3. I'd left it downstairs hooked up to the TV living room. Now listen, I'm not one to judge a book by its cover, but I found it a little sketchy that they left and came back when everybody was asleep, so I didn't want to leave it downstairs because I was afraid of it being stolen by whom I thought were sketchy people. Especially when the PS3 wasn't mine, and I knew if it got stolen, I was going to have to pay my friend for it. I debated whether to go downstairs and get it or not. I thought if I went downstairs just to get the PS3 and went back upstairs, it may come off as rude to them. I didn't want them to think that I thought they were going to steal it, even though I did. After thinking on it for a while, I finally decided, screw it. I don't know if it comes off as rude. I'm not about to pay for it if anything happens to it. Meanwhile, the whole time the loud noises can still be heard, but I couldn't really make up any of the voices anymore. I finally make up the courage to head downstairs. And as soon as I open the door from the bedroom, I find it super odd that everything is dark. If there was people downstairs, I figured they'd have the lights on. You can see the downstairs light reflection on the stairway. I get to the stairway and still everything's dark, but the noise feels louder. I could tell the noise is coming from the kitchen. The way the house is set up is you have to go through the kitchen in order to get to the living room. So I start walking into the kitchen slowly, not sure of what I'm about to find. This is when I'm finally close enough to peek in. What I see? Well, I'm not sure how to properly describe it in a way that'll do it justice. Everything. And I mean everything that was sitting on the kitchen counters and the stove was moving. I'm talking about pans, pots, knives, all kinds of utensils, condiments, sauces, the dish rack, all things on top of the stove, bell, oven mitts, pans hanging from the hooks on the wall. They're all moving and shuffling. They're bouncing up and down as if doing some weird kind of dance. Try holding your phone or keyboard and make it hit the table on both ends back and forth really fast like a seesaw. That's what all these things were doing. Let me reiterate. All of these unanimated objects were bouncing up and down so loudly that I could hear it upstairs as if they had a life of their own. I'm aware of how ridiculous that sounds, and I have no proof of it, but I swear on my life that this is true. This was happening only in the kitchen for some reason. So what did I do upon seeing this possibly supernatural event happening right in front of my eyes? Nothing. Right at the moment anyway, I think to myself, it's kind of weird. Then I head over to grab the PS3, walk past again the possibly alive kitchen, then go upstairs back to the room as it kind of acting like nothing happened. It wasn't until I got back to the room that I thought, holy shit, wait a fucking minute, something ain't right here. I could feel the fear starting to set in. I was always a little slow, but I have no idea why I didn't react right there and then. Maybe it was my brain's way of protecting me, or I just couldn't compute it right away. Immediately, I got in bed and got under the blanket, because ghosts can't get under the blanket, right? Started hyperventilating for a while until I calmed down. Eventually, I fell asleep. The following morning, after waking up, I head downstairs. I don't really want to say anything right away, but as we're about to head out, I told my uncle what happened. He kind of laughs it off at first. It's kind of hard to grasp how terrifying that was, because it wasn't some kind of apparition or demon thing. But I repeat to him what happened, and I tell him I'm not joking around, that actually happened. His demeanor changed, and he headed back inside to tell Anne what happened. She tells him about how similar things had happened to her and her sisters just the day before in that apartment. But she didn't want to say anything as not to freak us out. She said she's heard voices. She's even heard a voice call her name and stuff like that, but never see actual physical objects moving on their own. She then proceeded to tell us a story about how some time ago a child had fallen off a flight of stairs and died after breaking their neck on one of the units in the complex where she lived. I don't know how true that is, and it's probably just a way to justify the fear, but regardless, that's the story she told us. To this day, I have no idea what happened. I truly believe there's no logical explanation for what I saw that night, and needless to say, I never went back to that apartment. Whispers in the Shadows. A haunting night in my native village home. Today I'm 20 years old. I grew up in Goa, a city in India, which is a very popular place in India, mostly famous for its beaches and luxurious lifestyle. My native place is a small village far from Goa. There's still our generation's old house and land there. No one lives there now, so it remains closed most of the time. We go to our village only when there's an occasion like a festival or a family function. Ever since I was a child, every time I went to our village home, I felt a strange feeling there. This was a few years ago when I was about 14 years old. We went to our village for a family/religious function. The moment I entered the house, I started to feel a strange and eerie feeling, as if someone was living in the house and moving around inside. At first, I was sleeping in one of the upper floor rooms. Around past midnight, I woke up and started hearing someone's whispering in unintelligible voices around me. I kept hearing those voices all night and couldn't sleep. I was already feeling uncomfortable and unsafe in that house from day one, but I couldn't be able to tell anybody about it in the fear that no one would believe me. But the next day, something happened that changed both my life and me. I haven't been able to forget that incident until today. At that night, too, I was sleeping alone in the upper room, but I couldn't sleep due to the eerie fear that I've had. In the room of the two transparent glasses were installed on the upper half, so you could only see the outside light. Nothing was visible. It was after midnight. I looked at the door and saw a black shadow of a man standing in the dim light outside. Got very scared and turned to the other side of my bed. Just after that, all I felt was that somebody was choking me on my neck very hard, as if trying to kill me. I could literally feel a very strong hand around my neck pressing with full force. That night in my village home, I lay paralyzed, gasping for breath, as the invisible force tightened its grip around my neck. Panic surged through me and my heart pounded like a drum. I struggled to make a sound, but my voice had deserted me. As seconds felt like an eternity, a rush of thoughts flooded my mind. Was this a malevolent spirit that had haunted our family home for generations? Or is it some sinister intruder with a malicious intent? My mind raced, but there was no rational explanation for the relentless assault on my throat. In the throes of desperation, I mustered all my strength and faith, silently chanting a prayer of Hanuman Chalisa. Miraculously, the grip began to loosen, and I could finally breathe again. Gasping for air, I turned to the bedside lamp, but the room was empty. I was alone, yet the sensation of an ominous presence lingered. Terrified and shook to my core, I dared not spend another moment in that room. I hastily made my way downstairs to where my family was sleeping, determined to share my harrowing experience. As I recounted the night's horrors, their expressions turned from skepticism to concern. They too had sensed something amiss during their time in the house. With the first dawn of light, we decided to leave the village, abandoning my home for the time being. The memories of that night haunted me for years, but I couldn't help but wonder about the enigmatic history of our family's old house and the eerie forces that seemed to dwell within. To this day, I carry the weight of that chilling encounter, forever changed by the inexplicable and terrifying events that transpired in my native village. I don't believe ghost box voice apps are legit, but did have an interesting experience recently. One of two. Went on vacation with my 54-year-old female sister B, female 48 and niece S, a female 28, and our hometown. Okay. Wanted to put flowers on our grandmother's grave. The cemetery is quite old. The first in town, and both sides of my family have plots, which is nice because we can visit everybody in one trip. My niece and I love the paranormal. My sister is less enthused, but tries her best. We downloaded the VoiceBox app for fun and went to visit at dusk. When we get to Graham's headstone at the top of the hill, which backs to the woods, my app says Ellen. My grandmother's name is Eleanor. My niece starts asking a bunch of questions, but nothing interesting happens. We hear rustling in the woods. I was thinking squirrel or chipmunk scrounging in the leaves. B gets freaked out and dashes to the car a few feet away as I was telling S that I think the app is fake, and it needs to say something super relevant without sound cues from us. I noticed my sister bailing, walking to the car. My app says, "Don't go." B gets into the driver's seat and I hop into the passenger side. My app clearly said, "Are you running?" Then the oddest laugh came out and gave me shivers. Fake or not, I was totally entertained because that was pretty relevant. My sister? Well, she wasn't. 2 of 2. Was telling my son in text what happened and sent him the audio file. He was at home 9 hours away. He got curious and downloaded the app himself. He asked if anybody was with us. Me, his aunt, and cousin. The response was blessed. Weird. He decided doing this in his room at night was creepy and shut it off. BS and I started the 9-hour drive home, going through New York, half a mile to the GW Bridge. They tried to kill us, Final Destination style. On our left was a steep grassy hill. At the top was more road headed north. We were southbound. B is driving. A huge square of cement came tumbling end over end down the hill and slammed into the front of her car, slightly above and to the left of the driver's side headlight. She tried to maneuver and slow down, but couldn't in time. She ended up running over the block, which ripped the whole underside of her car out. Airbags deployed, none of us were injured. She had seatbelt burn on her neck, but S and I? Nada. Not a bump, not a scratch. We didn't even experience a jolt when it hit. It was surreal. Why is this relevant? Blessed. I'd say we were. Had my first ever paranormal experience tonight. So my boyfriend and I went out and toured a local plantation tonight. We had about 20 to 30 people besides us on the tour. There were 2 tour guides. The only lights we had on the tour were their flashlights, save a couple of candles in 1 or 2 of the rooms. The tour guide led us into what the guide claims is the second most active room in the plantation house. Started talking about the activity that's occurred there. My boyfriend was leaning against a heavy closet door. Said door swung outward, so my boyfriend was putting pressure and force on the door. The door was the original door that was built with the plantation. It doesn't close nicely, meaning you have to kind of body slam the door to get it to close. All of a sudden, the door opened by itself. No joke. My boyfriend did not turn the doorknob, nor did I. Inside the closet was a portable air conditioner and plenty of boxes lined up wall to wall, stacked way up high. There was no person hidden inside. My boyfriend said that he felt the door open with force. It opened wide enough to the point where he was almost squished against the wall. We've been home a couple of hours, but as I'm typing this, I'm still in disbelief. There is no logical explanation for why this happened. The plantation doesn't have an air conditioning. There was no fan blowing a gust of wind in the closet. Still giddy and in awe of what happened. First paranormal experience ever, oh my god. Just thought I'd share. Just if anybody's curious, I'm based in Northwest South Carolina. The plantation we visited has a record of 21 deaths on the property. Weird experience. Big man. First off, I've always been skeptical about the paranormal myself, but I've always been open-minded to the subject and liked the stories. But yesterday, I experienced something that, to me, was and is really, really weird. My 2-year-old son was asleep in his room. I was in another room. This is when he suddenly called out for me, Dad, and crying a bit. Nothing unusual. I came in and picked him up, and I could tell he was in a state of half sleep and half awake. He kept crying a bit, so I asked him, "What's the matter, son?" He, "Big man." Me, "Big man?" Him, "Yes, big man." In the dark, I looked around the room and couldn't see anything, so I just said with a low voice to the nothingness, "What the fuck do you want?" Immediately as I finished that sentence, I got this sudden chilling feeling all over my body. I've had chills before, but never this way. My son slept the whole night, and I haven't mentioned it again. I have no idea what to think of it, but I definitely feel like something left the room that night. Good? Bad? I don't know. What do you think? Has anybody tried something similar? Friday the 13th, October 2023, Shadow Hand, out-of-body sleep paralysis. So I struggle with mental health sometimes, on top of being too sensitive with my intuitive abilities, which I've been developing over the span of 25 years. So I've been struggling a bit lately and tried admitting myself to the hospital days before October 13th while I was still coherent enough to explain, not really feeling it with my mental shit. My aim was to get to see a specialist. A stay in a place for like 30 days. So day 2 or 3 of being there, after raging, being strapped down and fed pills, I calmed down. I'm escorted to another area, had a private room, bathroom, and a shower. I shouldn't have dropped the tab of acid when I just arrived there the day of admission. Anywho, I'm now in this private room. I knew it was Friday the 13th, not too superstitious, but was aware that it was. But I couldn't sleep well. Then all of a sudden I feel like I'm dying or need help as I crawl toward the closed hospital room's door, hoping nurses would be on the other side to help me. But I just remembered the door opening. A slight, and I say, help me, reaching toward a dark shadow hand. I was assuming it was a nurse or a doctor. I just remember saying, "I need you to help me." Felt like I started to lift up as it pulled me up from my hand, yet instantly I'm back in the bed again. But that was not a doctor, just a shadow hand. Why did I abruptly end up back in the bed? Felt strange, but like, how the fuck? Walked out and explained to the nurses what I saw. Asked them to watch the cam for orbs around me, being serious, but anyway. Somehow it all went to shit, and they booted my crazy ass out of the hospital again. But I was able to run into the hospital worker in the elevator. Asked her which button was ground floor. Was 1, but I hit 0, which was underground. She said I probably ventured 2 down around the morgue. Anyway, so conclusion, her recently departed spirit probably followed me from down there. Or it was just an out-of-body sleep paralysis thing. Not sure. Sorry for the broken, sloppy description there. Cheers. One of my paranormal experiences. During the summer of 2008, I stayed with my aunt and uncle for a few months, because I wasn't getting along with my parents. Another story for another day. While staying there, I worked overnights as a local convenience store clerk. During the day, I was mostly alone while my aunt and uncle worked. At this point in my life, I had not experienced anything paranormal, and did not believe in ghosts or spirits, or the afterlife. I was 19 and knew everything. However, as soon as I moved in, I was faced with experiences that changed my perspective forever. The first one, I was alone. It was about 9 a.m. and I just finished my shift, and I was preparing to wind down and get ready for bed. I was alone as usual. Both my aunt and uncle were working, so I had the house to myself. I was sitting in the downstairs living room eating. Out of seemingly nowhere, I heard what sounded like an adult running through the kitchen, which paralleled the living room and was completely out of view to me. A bang, and the footsteps went into the den that connected to the kitchen. I bolted up and went to the kitchen to investigate the sound. There was a coffee pot on the floor. That must have been the bang I heard when it hit the floor. I headed toward the den to see who was in there. However, it was empty. There was no way for anybody to have been in the den and me not see them. I shrugged it off, figured I was tired, and went back to bed. A few weeks later, my alarm woke me up at 9 a.m. for work. p.m. I groggily got up and headed toward the bathroom that was directly across from my room. However, the door was shut. I could see the light shining from under the door, and I heard the distinct sound of somebody sweeping the floor. Swish, swish, swish. Sounded like an old-fashioned straw broom. I found this very odd considering nobody besides myself used that bathroom. I couldn't think of really why anybody would be sweeping at 9 p.m. at night. But I patiently waited some time for whoever was in there to finish up. After a few minutes, I couldn't wait any longer because I had to start getting ready for work. I approached the bathroom door. I could still hear the sweeping, by the way. I gently knocked and asked if they were almost done. But to my surprise, the sound abruptly stopped. I opened the door and no one was in there. I brushed this experience off as well, pushed it to the back of my mind. This last experience is the reason I ended up moving out. It was too terrifying to ignore what I knew was happening in that house. My sister stopped by during the day to see me, and her and I were in the back room hanging out and chatting. The door to the hallway was closed. My aunt and uncle were working, so her and I were the only 2 people who were home. As we gabbed away, we suddenly heard what sounded like 1920s music coming from downstairs. We froze. We fell silent. The music grew louder and louder until it sounded like it was coming from every corner in the house. The music sounded like it was being played from a record player. My sister and I just stared at one another, too terrified to speak. Then we heard what sounded like a party erupting from downstairs. It sounded like 30 or more people down there. Sounds of laughing, talking, chinaware clinking filled the house. Then what we heard next terrified me. Loud, heavy footsteps started making their way upstairs where my sister and I were. boom, boom, boom. It was slow, but purposeful. The party sounds and music had reached a deafening level, but I could still hear those heavy footsteps above all other sounds. Eventually, I heard the footsteps make its way to the second floor. Then they slowly started stomping toward the closed door. This is where me and my sister were sitting behind. When the footsteps reached our door, I leapt up and yanked the door open. When I did, all the noise in the house stopped. The party, the music, the stomping. There was no one behind the door. The hallway was empty and the house was dead silent again. My sister and I wasted no time racing out of the house and stayed inside until our aunt and uncle came home. They didn't believe our story, and I moved out shortly afterwards, never stepped foot in that house again. Four experiences from my youth. 1. Pranked. I was completely home alone one evening. I turned off the TV in my bedroom, and it was like a 90s-style box TV. You know the ones. Anyway, I go shower. When I got out of the shower, the TV wouldn't turn back on. Did the power go off? Nope, all the lights are on. So the power isn't out. Maybe the TV's power cord got loose. Checked behind the TV, it wasn't just the power cord. It was also the cord to my VCR and cable box. All 3 cables had been disconnected. All 3. Did someone come home and try to play a prank on me? Nope. Quick tour of the house confirmed I was home alone. And how would they have known I was watching TV before I showered? Oh my goodness. Had somebody broken in and tried to steal my TV? Well, I don't think so. Hadn't noticed anything just moments ago. Plus, why would they want my ratty old TV when there's nicer stuff in the home, including a nicer TV in the living room? Another quick tour of the house this time, looking under the beds and in the closets. I even went into my parents' bathroom and peeked in the shower. Nothing. No one. Back in my room, I plugged all the cables back in with as much courage and calmness as I could muster. I said something like, "Okay, you got me." It didn't think that was funny. "Please don't do that again," I said. Went about my evening until my parents and sibling came back home. Disembodied voices. It was about 2 a.m. and I hung up the phone with my girlfriend. I heard what I thought was muffled voices over white noise. Maybe a TV was on. My sibling, a room over, was scared of the dark and would usually put the TV on to go, just to sleep with on a sleep setting. Thought maybe they forgot to do that. When I opened the bedroom door, the voices sounded lower, but the white noise sounded louder, and as if it were coming from the direction of my sibling's bedroom. I made my way to the bedroom, but when I put my ear up to the door, the noise now sounded like it was coming from the living room, the front of the house. Maybe this was some sort of nighttime Doppler effect thing. I made my way to the living room down to a T-shaped hallway, and the noise gets louder. But as soon as I come to the front of the house that opens up to the living room, nothing. Silence. Room is completely gone. No noise. Number 3. Did the dark just play a trick on me? I felt hands gently shake me awake right at my shoulder and chest. When I opened my eyes, I saw a figure in the shape of a man, but darker than the dark of my bedroom, kneeling at my bedside. The second I saw it, I knew it wasn't a man, but I don't know how I knew that, and that it didn't want to harm me, just to wake me up. A second later, it stood up and took a step back and completely vanished. I sat up and looked around. Number 4. What the fucking hell? Something startled me awake, and when it did, I was wide awake and I was afraid. Suddenly I heard what sounded like a plastic bag being ruffled at the doorway to my bedroom. I couldn't explain why that noise was so scary, but I was basically terrified when the noise moved from the door to the center of my bedroom, to the front of my bed, to right next to my bed. I was panicking. What the fucking hell is going on? But I was so scared I was frozen. The only thing I could move were my eyes. Suddenly the noise was gone, but I felt something straddle me. Like literally there was this pressure on my hips and on my chest. That's when I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to make myself sit up, but failed. I couldn't move. I then felt this odd wispy-like presence hover right above my mouth, almost like a feathered kiss to my lips. Then it was gone. To date, these have been the only paranormal experiences I've ever encountered. Experience number 1 was the first one. Number 2 followed. I don't remember which came next, whether it be number 3 or 4. These all happened while I was in high school, too. Sometime between 1998 and 2002. Over the 20 years ago now, knock on wood. Haunted Lodge at Shaw AFB. In March of 2011, my family moved to Shaw Air Force Base in South Carolina. Our house on base wasn't ready for us to move into, so we had to stay a couple of days in lodging. How our room was set up was when you walked in, you would walk directly into a living room area where we had 2 pull-out couches that pulled into very squeaky twin beds. This area then connected to the kitchenette. Then you had a separate bedroom that my mom and her husband slept in and a bathroom off the kitchenette. My little brother and I had to sleep on a pull-out twin bed. They were very squeaky, like I said before. If you made any movement, everybody in the hotel room would know. When we all went to bed that night, I remember turning off the TV and then putting the TV remote on the counter of the kitchenette. I then proceeded to lay down on my squeaky twin bed and scroll on my phone until I got a little bit more tired. I eventually did. I locked my phone, put it underneath my pillow. Then I closed my eyes to go to sleep, but I was still aware of everything around me. In the bedroom off to the kitchenette, my mom and stepdad were laying in bed with the bedroom door open. My stepdad at the time was already asleep, but my mom was up reading, trying to get sleepy. My mom then caught something out of the corner of her eye and looked up into the doorframe. There stood a ghost, a transparent man my mom could see through, but she could tell he was wearing a red plaid shirt, jeans, and boots. She said that he had a beard and dark hair, and he looked pissed that they were laying in that bed. My mom said that he looked so angry. Then the entity clenched his fist, walked backwards. The second he walked out of the doorframe, my mom heard me scream. The entity threw the TV remote that was on the counter at my head. It threw the remote so hard that it completely shattered and the batteries flew everywhere. The entity attacked me. I knew it wasn't my brother because I would have heard that he made any noise on that squeaky bed. Plus, he was already asleep for the night. My mom ran straight to me after she heard me scream and then proceeded to tell me what she saw. I was so scared, but my mom and I have an understanding that we both believe in the paranormal. She always told me if I saw anything to tell her. She don't believe me. Plus, she already knew I have the gift. I never saw that entity myself, but we both knew what she saw was angry and that it attacked me. This is just one of the many paranormal stories that have happened to me, but I want to know what everybody else thinks. My mom sees deceased relatives in her dreams. I'll start with my mom's encounter that she's told me about. I'll try to make a long backstory short. My parents got emergency custody of 4 of my younger cousins over a decade ago. My dad's brother and his wife never tried to sober up to get the kids back, so they're still with my parents to this day. For years, my aunt and uncle would stalk our house and then threaten my parents with violence and death for taking their kids. It was a battle up until my uncle's death. Without going into details, he died trying to get more drugs. A few months after his death, my mom had a dream. It started off as her in a solid white room. Then an Indian chief head appeared in the sky and was chanting. She didn't know what he was saying, but she said it was a singing and a chanting. Then my uncle appeared in front of her. She said that he looked like he was younger and healthy. He smiled, walked up to her and whispered in her ear, "Sorry, thank you." Then he disappeared, and the Indian chief's head and chanting faded out, and she woke up in tears. She says this isn't the first time she's had somebody visit her in her dreams. Her grandmother has come into her before to hug her and tell her that she loved her. Others too. But she said this encounter with my uncle felt the most real. She had to wake my dad up and make sure that she wasn't still dreaming. I've personally never had somebody come to me in a dream, but there have been times when I'm alone and I get this overwhelming sense that one of my loved ones is with me. Sometimes I feel my uncle in the car with me. Sometimes it's my aunt in the kitchen with me. It's like their face pops up in my head, and all of a sudden I have this warmth and feeling in my stomach that somebody's right beside me. I'll talk to them and end up sobbing because it seems like they're right there in front of me. I know it's not the same as seeing them. That's why I haven't told anybody, because I feel like most people would think it's just all in my head. I just wanted to get it out here. Maybe it is all in my head, but I hope it isn't. I'd like to think that they hang around. An angel fixed my flat. The year was 2011. I had just graduated from high school the previous year. We lived in Houston, and my parents decided to move out to Dayton, Texas. Something they were planning since basically forever. Moving there was nice, but all my friends were still in Houston, so on the weekends I would drive to Houston for parties. A 40 or 45-minute drive. One day I was driving down this back road numbered 1413. It's well lit, but back then it was very lonesome and dark. Hardly any street lamps to light up the asphalt. As I'm driving down in my '04 Pontiac Grand Prix, I feel a rumble in my steering wheel followed by a sudden release of air from one of my front tires. I pull over and immediately get out and yep, just my luck, blown tire. Not only was it flat, it had a gaping hole on the sidewall, big enough to where I put my hand in it and touched the inside of my wheel. To add to my luck, I had used my spare on the back wheel 2 days before, so now I'm stuck. The signal was horrible. Trying to reach my dad on the phone was not happening. About 10 minutes go by, and as I'm walking around the street with my phone in the air trying to get at least one bar of reception, I noticed vehicle headlights going over some train tracks about a quarter-mile back. I immediately start waving my hands, thinking maybe this individual will help me out somehow. As the truck gets closer, I notice it's an older model Ford, like a late 80s red and in pristine condition. The truck pulls over behind me and I come to the passenger window. I see an older gentleman in his 60s maybe, long white beard, white hair, wearing jean coveralls. He asks if I'm okay. I responded with, "Yeah, my tire's blew. I don't have a spare." He opens his door, chuckling lightly, and says, "Well, let me take a look." Mind you, I have tiny scrapes on my hand from the wire sticking out of my tire. I said to him, "It's got a giant hole in it." And I see him squat by the passenger tire, and he said, "Go in my toolbox and get me the flashlight that's back there." I run to the other side of the truck and open the toolbox in the bed. It was completely empty and still shiny as if it was never used. Only one flashlight was present, so I grab it, not thinking much of it at the time, trying to turn it on for him. But as I pass up to his driver's side door, I see him standing up. I flash the light at him and says, "You're good to go." Confused, I walk up to him and shine the light at the tire. It was inflated. I could see where the sidewall was dirty from it running flat, but it was inflated. I never understood the term. My mind was blank until after this experience. My mind was truly blank. Not once did I think of asking him how, or any of the obvious questions one would ask in a similar situation, just blank. I look up at him and he puts his hand on my shoulder. "Just be careful wherever you're going, son. I'm sure your parents worrying about you driving late at night." I said, "Thank you, sir, thank you." I gave him his flashlight and watched him get back in his truck and start driving off. This section of the road had a turn not far from where I was. As he took off, it all came to me. All the questions I needed to ask just dropped into my brain all at once. I run to the driver's seat. I needed to catch up with him and ask him how. Speeding behind trying to catch up, I see the truck hit that turn. I see his taillights behind the trees, maybe 5, maybe 6 seconds later, and I make that same turn, poof, it's gone. Disappeared into thin air. There was no other one on the road that we were on. I instantly got chills and slammed on my brakes, and I sat there for about 10 minutes before I got a call from my mom asking if everything was okay. Told her I'd be home in a bit. To this day, can't explain it. I think I died multiple times, and I've figured out the afterlife. So to begin, this of course is just my opinion. And it makes sense to me. So to get to the point, there's been times where something has happened in my life where I could have died. Examples are, had an ATV land on top of me from a great height, and I was very young and small, and my brother was on top of me as well. I've randomly passed out while doing some sort of vice like huffing pills or booze, and it's always been just I'm doing something and then boom! Time's gone past, and I'm immediately sober and confused as shit. My theory is this. This conscious version of me when I died, I jumped to another version of me in a different timeline to continue my life. And that timeline is now carrying on with me dead. Now the questions I ask myself, and you may be asking yours, how does this conscious version of me actually die? I don't know. Maybe I have to be chopped up or shot or something to destroy my body. Maybe it's the nature's way of interfering with us growing old in a natural life where people who died are still alive on another timeline with other consciousness. Or maybe I'm just overthinking things and I've actually passed out. No clue. I had this theory in my head for the last week after I had an incident and I smoked some weed to calm down, and all this could have just been a stoner thought. But I needed to vent it out so I could get it out of my system. My second ghost experience. I was raised in a big city in Mexico, in a house built around 1915. I was 14 at the time, and because of the large attendance at our school, I was enrolled in the evening classes, which started at 2:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. During this time, my mother and I were the only ones living in the house. I arrived home this particular night from school and went directly to the room where we had the TV. The house area resembled an inverted L, where you enter the house to your immediate left is the living room, kitchen, and 2 rooms. If you go straight, there's a long hallway followed by rooms and bathrooms. My mom was watching TV and I told her I was hungry. She said, okay, and left to the kitchen, and she practically sits on the opposite side of the house. I immediately turned my PlayStation on and was playing louder than I should have, but I heard my mom calling my name. Now, I grew up in this house, and I heard my mom called me probably thousands of times. Her voice always echoed through the hallway. On this occasion, this didn't happen. The best way I can describe it was that I half heard it and half imagined it. Paused the game and went to the door threshold and yelled back to see if she was calling me. Didn't hear anything. I ruled it as probably being me imagining it. Lowered the TV volume considerably and continued to play. Within a minute, I experienced it just as well. Clearly heard my mother call my name without the echo from the hallway, and as I had half imagined and half actually heard it again. Went to the door again and yelled back, still not sure if I just imagined it. I didn't hear an answer. I remember saying, she'll probably really call me again if she needs me, and decided to mute the TV. I hadn't still fully sat back down when I heard her call me again, but it wasn't her voice at all. It was a higher-pitched voice. At the same time, I heard a loud bang coming from the living room, and I did hear the echo of that bang travel through the hallway. My initial thought was that my mother had fallen, so I sprinted toward the kitchen. By the time I got to the house entrance, everything was pitch dark. Called my mom, but there was no noise at all and no lights. I felt extreme chills, and I didn't have the willpower to even enter the living room and turn the lights on. The only lights were the street lights outside, so my instinct was to get out. I went outside, and while I was trying to catch my breath, I saw my mother barely walking back into her dead-end street. Apparently, when she left the room, she had gone to the store to buy some dinner. She obviously asked me what I was doing outside, and I told her everything that had just happened. I wasn't expecting for her to be surprised the way that I was, but she was all calm and said that basically she had exactly the same experience happen to my aunt when they bought the house in 1979. Apparently, she also heard my mom calling her 3 times, and on the third loud bang. I was never told this story. It just made it kind of the worst in my opinion. This was my second big experience and definitely made me a true believer. Old Lady and the Cheese Can. I've only had 2 encounters with the paranormal in my life, and this one is the first one that I had. I was around 8 or 9 when it happened. I was raised in a fairly large populated city in Mexico, and I was in a Pentecostal family. Every so often, my mom would help a couple who had just started their own church. On this particular night, they weren't going to a velada, which is basically a service where they just keep worshiping until very late hours into the night. Usually, children don't attend these events, and we slept across the church from the couple's home. The couple had 3 children. 1 kid, 3 or 4 years older than me, a sister, and a younger brother who's probably 2 years younger than me. They set up a makeshift bed in the living room where us 3 boys slept. Obviously, we didn't go to sleep, and we just played until the older brother fell asleep. His younger brother and I were still awake. This home was small and still under construction. On our immediate right of the makeshift bed, there was the kitchen, and toward our left side, it led to rooms. Half of the living room was full of boxes. I believe they were still moving in. Anyhow, we started hearing noises in the kitchen as somebody was moving them. At first, it was very subtle, and truthfully, I didn't even notice until the little brother mentioned it. He sounded scared. I remember telling him that it was probably a ghost feeding his kids in an attempt to calm him down. It worked because he laughed. He kept adding to the story. The noises did increase, but I just remember us making the stories more absurd by the minute. We were just laughing big time. At one point, the little brother was sitting up in bed with his back against the wall. I was underneath the covers completely over my head, and all of a sudden he goes, "Mira, look," as he's pointing, and I obviously looked. There was this old lady walking really slow from the kitchen. She had long hair and had a red hair tie. Her bottom dress also had lots of different colors running vertically, but the biggest thing was we could also see through her. The only light that was illuminating the room was coming from the street through the window in front of our makeshift bed. I distinctly remember the corner where the living room meets the kitchen being illuminated by the street light. As she walked in from that area, we could still see that same light hitting the corner instead of her casting a shadow. The only thing she was doing was that it looked like she was holding with her left hand a large can, one of those larger Nido milk powder cans if you grew up in Mexico. And that was not see-through, but on her right hand it looked like she was crumbling something on top of the can. She walked past in front of us and simply kept walking toward the room to our left. I told the little brother to cover himself, but still in a funny manner, which he complied. Then we simply fell asleep. I didn't feel any fear at the moment, but I was really amazed at the fact that she was transparent, and that particular where the light was hitting. The following morning, we told our parents the entire experience, but of course, they didn't believe us. About a week later, this couple came to visit my mom, which was a common event since they visited often. But the moment they arrived, my mom called me because they wanted to ask me something, quote-unquote. When I approached them, they asked me to retell them the story, which truthfully was something I had already kind of taken out of my mind. I proceeded to repeat the entire experience in detail, and they simply listened tentatively. As soon as I finished, they turned over to my mother and told her that they found a can behind some boxes in an area that we couldn't have been able to reach according to them. Found a cheese crumbled in it. They had a side business making queso fresco cheese. The smell is what alerted them to the find. It wasn't until I saw my mother's reaction and their serious faces that I got really scared. The couple ended up splitting after a year or so due to the husband cheating. The wife was from another state in Mexico, and she moved with her 3 kids, and that's how we no longer kept contact with them. About a couple of years ago, the sister found me through Facebook, and we reconnected. Her little brother was also on Facebook, so I also ended up reconnecting with him as well, I guess, but I just needed to hear some sort of confirmation that it all really had happened. And on our very first conversation, I asked him if he remembered the old lady that we saw. He said yeah, without wanting to elaborate more. See ya. Step into the uncharted territories of Paranormal M, where every story is a testament to the inexplicable and the supernatural. Embark on an otherworldly journey with us as we explore the haunting and the unknown. Don't forget to subscribe, drop a like, put an M in the comment box, and turn on notifications for a dose of the most captivating and enigmatic content. Since I was young till now. Old Man 1993. I was born in the year 1990. When my little brother was born, I got a chance to have my own room. I can't remember the particular event, but my mom remembers it well. Back then, if you went out onto my balcony beyond our house's wall, you would be in a field of Thai papyrus. It was a wonderful scene each evening. There was a huge amount of dragonflies flying around. We do have an air conditioner, but the weather back then was so nice we rarely used it. Instead, my mom decided to open my balcony door to let fresh air in. Mom said that every night or evening, when we would go to sleep, I would cry and scream at the top of my lungs. And I would say things like, "There's an old man standing out on the balcony." At first, she thought that it was my way to trick her into letting me go back to sleep in my parents' room. But nope, I cried myself to sleep every day for a week. It wasn't until one night that my mom couldn't handle my crying anymore, so she went down to consult with my grandpa, 70-ish years old, Dad's dad, saying that I kept on saying that I saw an old man on the balcony every night and kept on crying. On that night, my grandpa went up with my mom into my room. He told me and my mom to let him stay with me alone for a while. Mom said that Grandpa stayed with me for around 10 minutes and he left the room, and I was in a deep sleep on my bed. Miraculously, from that day onward, I had never complained to my mom about the old man on the balcony ever again, and I acted as if that had never happened before. Mom never asked me what Grandpa did, or say to me anything really about what Grandpa asked. As long as I'm able to sleep by myself, she's fine with it. Storage Room 1995. I was sure that this happened in 1995 because my grandma, my dad's mom, is still alive, and she passed away in 97. This happens during the weekend. I woke up and prepared to go downstairs to watch a weekend cartoon that aired from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Imagine this. I open my bedroom door, and on my left side is my parents' bedroom, and right next to it is another bedroom. On my right side is a stairway leading down to the first floor. But if you look straight from my bedroom, at the even end, there'll be one door facing my bedroom and another door next to it. We used to have a separate shower room and a bathroom, but we turned the shower room into a storage room. I still hate that storage room with all my guts still, but some eerie feeling and energy is emitted from that room. And until now, the door used to open by itself occasionally. So it happened in the weekend of 1995. I don't know what led me to walk toward that open door, and I don't know what led me to take a look side in that room. I was my grandpa lying face down on a pile of boxes with some bleeding from his nose and mouth. I have no idea why I didn't scream, shout, or cry out loud, but instead left the door open and walked down the stairs. I met my grandpa at the end of the stairs. He asked me if I had seen Grandpa, so I replied, "He's in the storage room." My grandma inhaled a deep breath and said, "Ugh, why does he have to be in that room? He's too old. Already have an accident happen. I don't even want to imagine." Right after she finished complaining and took her first step on the stairs, my grandpa walked into the living room. My grandma looked at me with an angry face and said, "You know what? Children should not tell lies. It will become your habit." Then she rolled her eyes and walked away. I'm sure that I'm not lying, and I'm sure of what I saw. So I walked upstairs, and the storage room was completely shut. Return of the Old Man, 1998 to 2000. Keep in mind that back then I couldn't remember anything about the old man on the balcony. This is the year that my little brother moves to sleep with me in my bedroom. In 1998, I was 8 years old, and my little brother was 5. Almost every night I have to sleep with the light on due to me always kind of seeing the head of an old man take a peek into my room through the window on the balcony. My little brother always complained that he couldn't sleep because of the light. Because of this, I decided to trick my little brother into sleeping at the side facing the balcony window. It wasn't until the end of the year 2000 that my little brother got his room, and when he moved out, he shared with me that since he exchanged the bedside with him, he rarely got good sleep because he kept on seeing a man standing outside the window at the balcony. Luckily, I never met that old man again. Those 2 trees. Surrounding 4 corners of my house consists of 9 huge trees. 6 mango trees, 1 Malay apple tree, 1 water jasmine, and 1 Ataman satinwood. The water jasmine and the Ataman satinwood were planted in the front garden, which is located at the right corner of the house. Since the house was built in 1980, both trees grow up to 5 or 6 meters tall. That's like 16 to 19 feet. These 2 trees got the same eerie feeling as the storage room, especially the water jasmine tree. Whenever I sit at the front terrace and turn my face toward these 2 trees, I always see a dark figure, a shadow figure emerging from the tree. Most of the time, it's the water jasmine tree. But, well, I think that this figure means no harm. It might just be here to observe, I guess. In 2009, the water jasmine tree died, and the shadow figure never appeared again. Might Night Bacon, 2010. This is my favorite situation that ever happened to me, and I remember the year very well. This is the story that all my friends love to hear me tell. They ask over and over again. A few days ago, my dad just went back from the USA on a business trip, and he brought back half a dozen of turkey bacon. Nobody was home that night except for me. It was 3 a.m. I was cooking multiple strips of bacon in the kitchen, and I decided to bring it up to eat in my bedroom. I turned off the light in the kitchen, and the whole first floor was almost completely pitch black. There was only a ray of light lurking out from under the bathroom under the stairways, which helped me see the steps up to the second floor. I was holding a bacon plate with my left hand and was getting ready to make a first step onto the stairs. I saw a shadow figure sitting on the third step. I remember the figure very well, sitting on the third step and placing its feet on the second step. Got a very frizzy hair to it. I told myself, nah, it was dark and I'm seeing things. Somebody might have just placed a broomstick here and I'm just imagining things. Whenever I walk up the stairs, I always hold onto the railing. And I did that night too. Put my right hand onto the railing, but instead of grabbing onto the railing, I grab a handful of hairs. I'm sure, without any doubt, the texture in my hand were hairs, not a broomstick. Took a deep breath and ran up the second floor to my room. Thank goodness all the bacon survived the trip. I stood in my room for a few minutes trying to compute what had just happened. I clammed myself by eating all the bacon and decided to go down to the first floor to see if there was anything placed on the third step of the stairs. I turned on all the lights from both floors. Yep, as you can imagine, there's nothing. Mommy Help, 2010. It was a few weeks after I encountered that shadow figure with frizzy hair. It was in December and the weather was quite nice, and I decided not to turn on my AC. It was around 3 a.m., and I was sleeping comfortably on my bed with a cozy blanket on me. I felt that the mattress around my leg area flatten. Normally, when we open our eyes from our sleep, we'll look upward to the ceiling, right? Yeah, but not me. I always looked toward where I felt that the mattress had flattened. I saw a pair of legs standing over both my legs. I looked upward at the legs, and I was sure that it was a man's leg wearing khaki shorts. I continued looking upwards, but the image stops at the waist area. Above that is empty, meaning that there's not only a man's lower half standing on my bed. I closed my eyes completely shut, and I could feel the mattress flattening. It's moving forward onto my left side. The most chilling thing was that I could feel and hear the heavy breathing on my left ear. I automatically pull up the blanket to cover my face and think, shit, how am I going to be able to feel the breath of this thing? Only lower half, shit. This is not sleep paralysis because I can still move. I try to find my phone, which is beside my pillow, and I call my mom, who's sleeping in the room next to me. Mommy, somebody's standing on my bed. Can you come in and take a look? And my mom gently replies, just pray and go to sleep. That was the winter that slept sweating my ass off, basically. No, Mom never came into my room to check me out either. The return of the frizzy hair figure in 2010. This is the last story, and it was the last major paranormal/ghost situation I encountered. Not even a week after I encountered a man's lower half on my bed, and this happened again. Again, I was alone at home that night. It was around 4 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. I had an urge to pee badly, and sadly the bathroom on the second floor is still under renovation. I have to go downstairs to use the bathroom under the stairs. Imagine this. Standing on the fourth to lowest step of the stairs, you're able to see a quarter of the living room. Opposite the stairs is a piece of furniture called a sapkap. You can Google the word to get an idea. And at the back of it is a huge window. Outside the window, the light was on, and meaning like if anybody's sitting there, it'll kind of be showing a black silhouette because the whole living room's pitch black. I was standing on the fourth step of the stairs, and I saw a shadow figure sitting on it. I'm not sure if it was the same frizzy hair from last time, but this time the figure was huge. Its head almost reaches the first floor ceiling. If it stands, it would be like 5 or 6 meters tall. Yep, I'm completely stunned and scared, but also very curious at the same time. I decided to walk backwards into the bathroom under the stairs, but still keeping my eye on that huge shadow figure. What shocked me the most was that the head of that huge black silhouette with frizzy hair moved and followed my every step. After I got into the bathroom and finished my business, I asked myself what I should do if I opened the door, and if it was still there. But still, the answer is that I can't remain inside the bathroom till morning. Luckily, after I opened the bathroom door, the living room's empty. Am I still scared? Answer is no, but it made me curious to figure out who exactly that frizzy hair figure was. Does he have ill intention? Or has he resided in my house since the beginning, and I'm just happening to be so lucky to meet him? Is it normal to see and hear things while you're half awake? This might sound a bit weird, and I don't know if I'm one of the few who face this almost every night. Whenever I'm in a deep sleep and wake up all of a sudden, most of the time I see things that are darker than darkness. Or rarely I see things in color. Most of the time I see hands or the human body emerging out of the wall or the ceiling. Recently, when I suddenly awoke, I saw a human figure like a woman dropping down from the ceiling toward my face, but when I blinked, it was gone. Sometimes when suddenly become awakened from my deep sleep, even though I'm still closing my eyes, I see as if I already opened them. And when I force myself to actually open them, it's the same image that I saw earlier. Sometimes when I'm suddenly woken up from my deep sleep, instead of seeing an almost pitch black room, I see a flash of red light. This happened multiple times this year. Sometimes when I'm about to go into a deep sleep, I hear a voice or a noise. Sometimes a pitch noise as if somebody's blowing a whistle. Sometimes a scream. But this happens only for a few seconds. Grandpa and his beloved item and his afterlife house. My grandpa passed away in February 2016 during Chinese New Year at the age of 101. I'm quite close to him because we live in the same house. My house is an average size of 400 square meters. My parent and I live on the right side of the house, and my grandpa lives on the left side of the house. But every day after school, I have to go and sit with them. Sometimes we just sit in the same room together without talking for hours because we're busy concentrating on playing marble solitaire. Yeah, most of the time he won. Most of the time when I sit with him, he'll share a story with me. A story of his childhood from the year 1915, the year he was born. His school life from 1920 to 1933. A story of how he enjoys hopping on trains with his friends and traveling from Bangkok up to the north of Thailand to enter the undisturbed jungle from around 33 to 40. He often shared stories about how he used to be a child on the top of a millionaire in the country. He became bankrupt due to the trickery of his relatives, as a reminder for me to have cash in separate savings accounts. He likes to share a lot of ghost and paranormal stories when he lives both in Bangkok and in India. I'll share this next to my post if you're interested. But one of the most repeated stories that he loves to share with me is about his silver Chinese teapot bucket. When my grandpa married my grandma, he moved into her house, and after my aunt, my dad's eldest sister, built a new house, he didn't bring along most of his belongings from that house. And one is his most precious item. It's his silver bucket. He shared with me that back in 1945, he brought one silver bucket along with a Yingjing clay teapot with the price of 3,000 baht, which is equal to about 12,000 baht in 2023, or 342 bucks. Back when he bought both these items, he was already 55 years old. He told me multiple times since I was young that although there are belongings of mine in that house, try to take back the silver bucket. Fast forward to the year 2017, 1 year after Grandpa passed away. I get a chance to enter the house that my grandpa married into once again. I walked through many showcases and cabinets in that house. I saw many antique crystals and Chinese porcelains. Yeah, I know all the stories behind those items, but I never mentioned it to any family members in that house. Then I spotted the only silver bucket in the house, and I knew right away that this belonged to my grandpa. The description is on point. Octagonal bucket, with 8 auspicious pattern borders by 8 nagas. I asked the oldest family member in that house and asked if I could have this belonging of my grandpa back. He replied that I have to consult with a family member. 3 years passed. It's now 2020. I once again asked the same person if I could get it back, and the answer I got was, "How can you know that it belongs to your grandpa? It was here even before you were born. Do you have any proof if other people came into this house and said that these and that belonged to their family, there'd be nothing left in this house?" I took this message to my dad and said that his cousin told me this. I know that deep inside his heart he knew that this belonged to his dad, but he didn't want to trigger any conflict, so he told me, "Keep calm. If the item wants to return to our family, it will surely find its way." I told my dad that I have a dozen pictures of Grandpa taken with this bucket. I could just show them and get it back. Not just the bucket, but I got the picture of Grandpa taken like 99% of the antique in that house, such as an inkwell, a porcelain spittoon, etc. But still, Dad told me just to remain calm and remind me that Grandpa only mentioned the silver bucket. Another 3 years after, the 14th of March, 2023 at 10 p.m., I heard the rumor that they need cash and the house will be sold soon along with the items inside. I immediately called the elder of the family, but nobody picked up the phone. So I texted saying, "I will just buy the silver bucket." The text was read, but no reply. On that night, I was thinking, well, seems like I won't be coming back to the family, huh? Right before I go up to bed, I walked past my grandpa's photo taken in 1935, looking young and handsome. So, what the hell? How come when I read these stories, something crazy happens in my house? As long as nothing touches my feet. Before I go up to bed, I walk past my grandpa's photo taken in 1930. Okay, I'm taking my feet off. Right before I go up to bed, I walk past my grandpa's photo taken in 1935, looking young and handsome. So I talk to the photo. "Hello, Grandpa. Seems like the bucket is not coming back to our family. I have no interest in the other antiques. If you want the item to be moved to this house, please show some kind of miracle." The morning of the 15th of March, 2023, my aunt texted me, "If you want it, come and get it," with the picture of the silver bucket. I asked her how she got it, and she just told me to come and pick it up at her house when I get back from work. Luckily, my house and my aunt's house were just 30 meters apart. I asked her the same question. How? She said that I have no idea how. Her cousin, the family elder, just called me to pick it up and said, "Don't you want your dad's belongings back?" I was like, "What? Why didn't he call me? I could go pick it up myself after work." So we knew it all along that he belonged, well, trying to abbreviate their writing. So we knew it all along that these things belonged to my grandpa, huh? Auntie, everyone knows that this belongs to my dad, and we all saw him use this since we were young. But what he told me 3 years ago is a different statement. Auntie, just let it go. Something might just happen. That's why he returned this to me. The same day, 15th of March, 2023, 10 p.m., I placed the bucket on the desk, which is in the room where my grandpa used to live. And then I go up to bed. Around 10:30, I forgot something in the kitchen, so I came down. The whole first floor smells of 4711 cologne, the cologne that Grandpa uses daily. He's here, I told myself. So I walked to the living room where Grandpa used to live in. Yeah, I saw him in his usual white round neck button shirt, wearing his usual silvery gray Chinese silk pants, holding his silver bucket in both of his hands, admiring it. I knew that I wasn't imagining things because I saw everything longer than 10 seconds. I don't feel scared at all, but instead, I feel like I've accomplished my task. So I went up to bed. The dream. I often dream of my grandpa many times since he passed away. But in each dream, he never spoke to me, except for this one. Right after I put my head onto my pillow, I went into a sleep right away. I dreamed that I was sitting in my grandpa's living room with my grandpa sitting on his navy blue leather reclining chair. In his hand, he was holding a silver bucket. He turned to me and said, "So you get it back, isn't it? Isn't it pretty?" I chatted with him for a while in my dream, and I knew that he already passed away. I asked him, "Grandpa, the only thing that we can't find is the book that belongs to your grandfather. Where is it?" He laughed and asked, "You can't even read. Why do you want it?" So I replied, "I just want to keep everything that belongs to our family in one place." I'll share this in the post about a ghost story my grandpa encountered when he used to live in like 1916. Then all of a sudden he stood up and said, "I have to go. But if you want to see something interesting, I can show you for just a few minutes." He pushed the door, which was supposed to lead to our backyard, but instead, I saw a very, very, very tall red stair turning right and then left. He walked up the stairs and I followed. I was quite far up high, but I didn't feel tired walking up at all. If I'm not mistaken, it was on the 4th floor that he stopped. The whole floor is like a 7-star hotel, many doors along the corridor. I was following my grandpa and was fascinated by what I saw. I have no idea what I trip upon, that I fell to my knees, and when I raised my head, Grandpa was gone. I was like, the fuck? What am I supposed to do now? While I was touring that floor, I had a hunch that each door belonged to a single person or family. I could hear a conversation of laughter from one door. I could hear someone taking a shower from another door. It seemed like each door had its inside activity. Then I spotted a group of 3 people in front of me. They're around my age, in their early 30s. They walk up the small stairways. Not the same stairs that led me to the 4th floor, but on this new floor it's similar, but the door seems smaller than on the 4th floor. I told myself that I shouldn't be nosy because it definitely wouldn't lead any good, really. So I walked away from them to a balcony. I looked down, but it was full of darkness, deep darkness. Then again, I smelled the 4711 cologne, so I turned around and saw my grandpa. He smiled and said, "Nope, you're too early to be here." Then he pushed me down. Usually when we have this type of dream, it'll feel like we fall from a skyscraper, right? Nope, not this one. I feel like I was hit by a car, like the middle of my chest. It hurt for 3 days. The morning of the 16th of March, 2023. I called my uncle, my dad's eldest brother, and I told him everything about the silver bucket and the visit from Grandpa and the dream. Uncle is a very spiritual person himself, and he studied a lot about after death. He said Dad or Grandpa used to share stories with me, and he also met his dad in his dream. Whenever he's depressed or can't figure out a solution in his life, his dad often brings him to a similar building that you dreamt last night too. It's not a purgatory, but somehow like a resting spot. Each person's room, each different depending on your good deeds, I guess. I don't know because I'm still alive. Before ending the call, he said, "I believe it's your grandpa's doing. That's how the silver bucket returns to our family. Keep it safe. He cherishes it much." I almost forgot. Whenever Dad wants to meet his dad, he'll talk to his picture. Then he appears in his dream. You should try that too, whenever you need help or consult from your grandpa. Well, Uncle, I did that. The Ritual and the In-Law Ghost. Gujarat, Surat, India, 1915. Back in the year 2010, I was 20 years old. I was in my sophomore year in university. I found a bunch of old and antique photos of the family from my grandpa's side, my dad's dad, taken in 1910, 15, 17, 20, and 35. 2 photos caught my attention, which were taken in 1915, and each photo got an inscription. This photo taken on March 15th, 1915, of the Dal Chaval, with a stamp saying Surat. I'm Thai, but the family photo was taken in India. One photo is a group photo consisting of 10 people wearing all white, and all the women wore a huge amount of gold jewelry on them. The second photo consists of 12 people taken in the same area but moved up to the second floor of the house. Grandpa looked at these photos for a few seconds and said, "Oh, this Dad's house, my great-grandpa, in Surat, India. The haunted mansion I used to tell you about when you were young." At that time, my grandpa was already 95 years old. He took the photo and told me to move close to him, and we started pointing. The man at the back and on the left is my dad, my great-grandpa, and the man next to him is my half-brother. Dad married my mom when his first wife passed away. In the second row, the lady in the very left is my mom, my great-grandma. As you can see, she looks quite different from the rest because she is Siamese, Ty. At the time this photo was taken, I was inside her tummy. The lady next to her is another in-law, my half-brother's wife. The fourth lady sitting in the middle of the photo is my grandma, Dad's mom, my great-great-grandma. The lady on her left is her younger sister who remains single, and the rest of the people in this photo I couldn't remember. Then he looked at the second photo and said, "This is the right corner of the house facing the backyard beside the family cemetery. You can see the balcony on the right side of the photo. That leads to the third floor of the house where 3 water tanks supplies the whole house. It's where we found the in-law's body inside. And you see the infant that my half-brother's holding? He's my older brother and almost died from being sacrificed. He was safe by the in-law. The door behind my half-brother is my dad's bedroom. It's painted crimson red. Grandpa talked with a neutral tone as if what he just said is a normal thing that happens every day. Then my grandpa looked at the first photo again and he pointed at his grandma, saying, 'This person killed.' Then he moved his finger to the in-law and she haunts grandma for the rest of her life. My grandpa was born in Bangkok. This is September 18th, 1915, while his older brother was born in Surat, India in 1914. But my grandpa got very ill, and both Thai and Western doctors in Bangkok back then couldn't cure him and didn't expect him to live past 1 year old. So his dad decided to bring him to Surat and expected that they would be back in Bangkok within a few months. But nope, he stayed in Surat until 1923, while his dad and his half-brother needed to go back and forth between Bangkok and Surat multiple times a year due to their conducting business here in Thailand. The ritual. There's a local belief that happens once in a blue moon on how to obtain wealth in a shortcut kind of way. It's said that a child who is born in the early of the year with a specific body marking is the main key person of the ritual. Once one of the family members receives a sign and information about the auspicious date, they will have to princely dress up the infant and put the infant in front of the specific cave and instruct them. You are allowed to go into the cave and take out the treasure in one go and never look back at the infant ever again. Yeah, I know you readers must be like, what, how, and why? I asked Grandpa the same question. Why? Greed, he said. Greed is the only thing that made you willing to sacrifice others in exchange for treasures. How? Grandpa said that he heard that the entity showed up in each family in different ways. In this case, it appeared to his grandma in her dream, instructing that it wants the youngest infant in the family who was born last year. Dress the infant up well, put him in front of the specific cave, the entity instructed. What is it? I asked. Grandpa said that it depends on your beliefs. Some said it's a demon, some say it is a deity. But the Gujarati Muslim call it a jinn. I asked my grandpa, why did your grandma want more wealth because we were already super rich at that time? Grandpa simply replies with one word, greed. Back in 1915 when this happened, my great-grandmother was still a few months pregnant with my grandpa. Her husband and her stepson went back to Bangkok to manage the family business. Imagine being the only person in a big house who can barely speak their local language, and out of the blue your mother-in-law tells you that she'll need her child, who's just reached 1 year old, to exchange with a treasure that an entity just told her to in her dream. Imagine how much the frustration should be. If we were in our shoes as a foreigner living in a foreign land, we might think that this was all bullshit. But when other members of the family who are local hear this, they all know that this is the real deal and they have to find a way to stop this immediately. The hero of this story is another in-law, one who married my grandpa's half-brother. She's the one who comforted my great-grandma and figured out the date of the sacrifice. As soon as she got the information, she immediately telegrammed my great-grandpa about the situation and told him the specific date that was told in my great-grandmother's dream. Let's say that if this story were crap or just local folklore, my great-grandpa would like it go. Maybe they mean would let it go. But this, he immediately booked a ship ticket and went back to Surat immediately. As you can imagine, there is a huge argument between my mother and son. And this is the reason why the great-great-grandma hates this in-law to the core. Don't blame him. I asked my grandpa what would happen to the infant if the ritual went perfectly. Grandpa said that from what he heard from many locals, which also includes his grandma, he said that right after you took out all the treasure and walked past the infant, you would hear a snap. Ask if the neck is broken. But for those who took the treasure and look back at the infant, all the treasure that you have taken will be gone, vanished into thin air. Even if you get your infant back, but they're never the same. Most of them will never be able to speak. Some went blind, some went deaf, and some became very ill. The source of the illness was never found. That's what you get from your action of greed, said Grandpa. Ghost-in-law. Growing up in a mansion in Surat, Grandpa knew that his grandma and the in-law never would see eye to eye. Everybody knows the story behind it, but nobody ever speaks of it. Grandpa said that the in-law is a very lovely person and she loves him and his older brother as if they were her children, because she doesn't have a child of her own. One day the in-law went missing and nobody could see her for almost a week. Then once a day, had one of the housemaid need to check the water level in the water tanks, which is located in the 3rd floor. Everyone heard the scream. The housemaid screams at the top of her lungs and everybody flocks to her. She found the in-law's body in the water tank. Everybody knows that there's no sane person who will climb up and go into the water tank. Plus, she's considered as one of the masters of the house, so it's not her duty to do so. Grandpa said that everybody knows that it's Grandma's doing, but nobody ever speaks of it. Grandpa said that he remembered it well. His grandpa started saying that she saw the ghost of the in-law a few days after her body had been found. She had to be tortured by the in-law's ghost until 1923, the year before Grandpa went back to live permanently in Bangkok. Grandpa said that every day his grandma would trip down the stairs, and she claimed that the in-law did it. Every time that the family gathered at the family member, his grandma would refuse to sit at the table because she claimed that the in-law kept on pulling my legs. At night she claims that she's barely able to sleep because the in-laws keep on standing beside her bed. Once a week, every night, she would have to knock on my grandpa's bedroom doors and ask him to accompany her to the 3rd floor and check the water tanks. She claimed that she heard a loud banging sound from above as if someone was banging on the inside. This happened for 8 years straight. Grandpa said that his grandma died from exhaustion. He remembered that on the very last night, every family gathered in his grandma's bedroom and she confessed that she was the one who killed the in-law. That's why she kept on haunting her. She said that she hated her to the core because he ruined the ritual. After confessing everything, she dies on her bed exhaustingly. But not to be worried. The infant who was meant to be sacrificed passed away in his early 90s. My grandpa passed away at 101, even though doctors said that he wouldn't make it to 1 year old. Grandpa said India is a land of wonders. Everything you could have imagined could be found there. Spectacular magic trick man-made and all the rituals, paranormal activities, and living folklore could be found there. He really misses the place and all of his childhood there. He thanks me for recovering the photo from storage. Truly brings back memories. Hard to read, but interesting nonetheless. The Ghost at the Church. When I was about 10, I remember we have our Girl Scout meetings at a local church. Before the meetings began, the church allowed us to play in the upstairs section of the church where they hosted Sunday school for the kids and a nursery for the babies. There were toys, games, books, and puzzles up there, so we usually asked the scout leader to let us play. On one particular day, the other girls wanted to play hide and seek. Everybody went to go hide, and I picked the nursery since nobody else was in there, positioned myself under an old crib. About a minute later, our scout leader began yelling for us to come downstairs so we could start the meeting. I got up from under the crib and went to open the door, wouldn't open, almost like someone was holding it shut. I tried with all my might to open it, but couldn't get it open, almost like a grown adult was pushing the door shut. Thinking it was another Girl Scout, I began to yell, "Stop it, you're not being funny!" Suddenly, whatever was pushing the door stopped and opened with no problem, making me nearly fall. I didn't see anybody. I didn't hear any footsteps or anything. I ran down the stairs and all the girls and the scout leader were down there. The leader said, "You're late. What took you so long?" Completely confused, I said, "Someone was holding the door shut. I couldn't get out." The scout leader looked confused and told me that everybody had been down there since she called for them. There's no way anybody could have been holding the door shut. The scout leader, I think, brushed it off as I was kind of maybe exaggerating it because I was 10. But later on, I went up back there again and began kind of messing with the door and looking around, trying to make logical sense of why this door would feel like a person was holding it shut. It opened and closed just fine. Nothing was in the way or nearby. No one else was up there except us. I've come to the conclusion over the years that it was just the ghost of an old churchgoer who was sick and tired of little girls running up and down the hallway stairs making noise. I don't really know if I went back up there to play a lot after that. I know it wasn't long after that we were told not to go up there anymore in general, as the elders started holding Wednesday meetings in one of the upstairs rooms and didn't want to be disrupted by kids. My encounter. So back when I was in high school, the theater students would put on haunted house and hay rides at an old plantation house, ran as a museum during the day. The first couple of years, the haunted house was in the barn, but then we got permission to do it in the actual plantation house. And, of course, growing up with high schoolers, everybody always said that it was haunted. But there was no actual stories of history of why it was supposedly haunted, though. Over the course of our first Halloween season in the house, 2 really weird incidents happened, and I still haven't quite figured out a reasonable explanation for them. So the first one was in one of the upstairs bedrooms. The glass on all the windows had multiple panes of glass in them. You could actually see the different panes of glass, and they were pretty thick. The middle inside pane broke outward toward the outside balcony, but the 2 outside panes were perfectly fine. The glass that broke was a jagged circle, so it wasn't the whole pane itself. It reminded me very much of if somebody threw a baseball through a window and it had that little circle, but it didn't shatter the whole window. There were only 3 actors in that room sitting on the bed talking because it was during a break. Most everybody else was downstairs or in their own rooms. Nobody was out in the outside balcony. You weren't allowed to be. Obviously, they screamed when they heard the noise and everybody went over the window, but nobody could figure out why it happened. And the people that ran the place were like, "Oh, maybe it's the house settling." Which I guess it could have been. I don't really know how that stuff works, so I've never had an explanation for why it even happened. The second one directly involved me, and I really don't have an explanation for this one. So this happened during another one of our breaks. Think of the downstairs of like the house in a giant square. There are rooms in the 4 corners, and in the center there's a hallway that leads from the front door to the back door. And then there's the stairwell. That leads upstairs, and under the stairs is another stairwell that leads to the bottom floor. So we all had our snacks and drinks, and we're all sitting on the dead center of the hallway in a circle. We're talking when all of a sudden the front door slams open, like all the way open, hitting the door frame of one of the side rooms. Our first response was to slightly freak out because we're all out of character sitting on the floor, eating Oreos and drinking Gatorade. Someone rushed up to close the door. Now this house had a bottom level that you couldn't really see from the front, but you could see it from the rear. We were all technically on the 2nd floor, but because of the way the house sat, it had a huge stairwell to the front porch and kind of an even longer one down the back. Nobody was on the front porch since the only people that were allowed to be up here were actors, and when they were waiting to take in a group. The door itself was on those heavy, tall doors. The back door was not opened, and the basement door was left open at the time. Mostly because people were going down there because that's where we kept snacks and costumes and all that kind of stuff. I've tried to think of some crossbreeds that maybe that may have done it, or some sort of explanation, but I can't. It wasn't windy. There's no way the door wasn't fully shut because it's so heavy I kind of had to slam it to close it. Either way, my take on all of this was that there was some kind of ghost, but it wasn't malicious, but more like a prank on all these little kids that were trying to scare other people, since nothing about these incidents felt malicious. But if you happen to maybe have an explanation as to why those things happened, I'm open to hearing it. Weird things keep happening around our house. I've been living in my current house for almost 3 years. 2 of those with my current girlfriend. It's a 4-story townhouse built in the late 70s. Since about 1.5 years, we'd been having weird things happening here. Some of which we don't have a rational explanation for. It started in the summer of 2022, when the 12-year-old daughter of a friend was staying with us. She and my girlfriend wanted to watch a horror movie. I think the movie my girlfriend chose was a way to scare the young kid. After the movies, we went to bed, and after a few moments of lying down, still awake, we heard knocking on the bedroom door. Since we just assumed it was the girl, scared of the movie, my girlfriend went to open the bedroom door. There was nobody there, and the girl was asleep in her bed. The door knocking has happened a few more times, always roughly between midnight and 1. I've texted the neighbors several times if it was possible that they made the noise, but they claimed to be asleep at that hour. Plus, it's a really distinctive knock on the door. It's like a sound coming from close by. We've been joking about the house being ghosted and named it Casper. Usually we talk jokingly about it, but whenever we hear the knock in the middle of the night, we take it more seriously. Although I don't think that we heard any knocking since at least half a year. Somewhere last year, I think early October, my girlfriend's sister was staying with us one morning. She heard a female voice say Katerina in the middle of the night. The name of their grandmother, by the way. We hadn't told her yet about her ghost theory. Last summer when I came home, I walked toward my house and I noticed my girlfriend's sister walking toward the front door and going in. I didn't know she was visiting us that day. When I came in and dropped my stuff, my girlfriend or sister came home from the supermarket less than a minute later. She hadn't entered before me, yet she was wearing the same clothes I had seen her wear when I saw her enter the house. This evening I was taking a shower. I heard noises outside the room. I assumed it was my girlfriend. I asked her if she wanted to watch a movie with me later, and she said yeah. Next I said, "I love you," and she answered, "Amor mío," in Spanish, as she usually does. She's Latin. As I walked out of the bathroom, I checked if she was in the bedroom, but she wasn't. I also checked the other rooms on the same floor. She wasn't there. I went downstairs, and she was sitting at the dining room table. I asked her if she was upstairs. She said no. I asked her if she had heard me from downstairs. She didn't know what I was talking about. She wasn't the only one answering back. I really don't know what to make of this shit. I'm not religious or superstitious. Neither is my girlfriend. A year ago, I already considered contacting paranormal investigators, but I ended up not doing it due to skepticism from my side. Right now, I'm again considering to contact them, but I really wonder what value do they add. They're a team of amateurs. There doesn't seem to be any science behind it. Suppose, they do say they see a ghost in my house. How serious should I take that? What do I do with that information? Preferably, I'd like to speak to a research team, maybe connected to a university or something like that. But I don't think there's any serious scientific research to this topic. Probably because ghosts aren't real and there should be a logical explanation for all this bullshit, but 2 things cannot be rationally explained to me. A, the knocking is something both me and my girlfriend heard at the same time, so that wasn't in our heads. And B, how can it be that her sister was actually wearing the same clothes I just saw her in if I hadn't seen her before that day and I didn't even know that she was here? Interesting, kind of scary encounter with a spirit dog. To preface this, I've had very little sleep each day this week due to work, birthday events, and life. around 5 to 6 hours each night from my usual 7 to 9. I also consumed cannabis last night, but I'm completely stone cold sober now. But I'm taking this experience with a grain of salt due to the above circumstances. 10 minutes ago, I'm lying awake in my bed. I took a look over the corner of the glass wardrobe and relaxed my sleepy eyes. There's a pink jumper that I'm looking at. I'm noticing I'm starting to sort of hear it move or rustle. As soon as I sort of pay attention or unrelax my eyes, it stops. I found it amusing, so I kept going. As I continued, I saw a face peek around the wardrobe. It kind of scared me in a way because obviously I'm seeing a random face, but it also didn't because I know it's not real and I snapped myself out of it. I just decided to continue letting my brain relax and see this follow through. One last time I look at the wardrobe while relaxing my body and I hear rustling in it again on the floor. My whole body starts to tingle and my heart starts beating. I'm aware that I'm really tired and purposely maybe trying to play tricks on my own brain, and suddenly I hear steps on the floor. Really quickly I felt the presence of a dog. I heard it panting and breathing in a mellow sound. Walked up to the bed, jumped on it, and started moving around behind my pillow. It felt very real, and even felt like the pillow was being stepped on by paws. It was pretty scary, but at the same time comforting. It was around this time last year that my pet dog and best friend passed away. He was coughing too much and didn't want him to go through all that sort of pain anymore. Whether this was my mind or me purposefully playing tricks on myself, my body being sleep deprived, or the fact that I consumed cannabis last night coupled with sleep deprivation, or a ghost, that'd be a neat experience that I hope maybe some of you have similar stories to share. Just need some advice, really, about what's been happening. So for some context, I moved into the flat I'm now living in back in May of this year. I live alone in a one-bed flat on top of a floor with one way in and one way out. Things started happening within the first couple of weeks of me moving in. It would sound like there were footsteps coming up my stairs into my living room when there was no one there, and they would stop when they reached the doors connecting my living room to my staircase. After about a month of living in this flat, we started decorating walls and putting in storage in the attic. The following 2 weeks, I would wake up with scratches and gashes in the mornings on my hands. I cut my nails till I practically had none, and I'd still have this happen. After we were done with the work, everything settled back down, and it went back to the odd bump in the night, so to speak. Recently, I had a power cut, and I was standing in the kitchen looking out into the main road, and I could sort of swear that there was something behind me in the glass. When I turned around, nothing. A week ago, I'd woken up in the middle of the night. I sat up in bed to the sound of what appeared to be somebody running from the foot of my bed out of my door. In a panic, I checked the rooms and of course found nothing. That weekend, I had a friend staying over and woke up to find them gone, and ringing them, they told me that they had woken up in the night to the sound of someone walking from my bathroom to my bedroom. Thought it was me till they saw me asleep and panicked and left at 3 a.m. I was sat at a desk a night ago, clear as day, heard a knock on the door as if there was somebody trying to get in. Not like an aggressive one, but a knock all the same. I sit with the door closed to keep the heat in my room, and of course no one was at the other side of the door. I've now taken to hanging my grandma rosary bead on the door handle, maybe stopping everything from coming into my bedroom. But when I'm hearing things in other parts of the flat, I don't know. So any advice on anything more I can do would be nice, as I'm concerned that the activity is picking back up again, like when I first moved in. I'm growing a bit worried and, quite frankly, scared. Preyed upon by a demon child. For context, we live in the rural neighborhood, bordering the woods. This is far from civilization, and all of our neighbors are related to each other in some ceremonial or by blood matter. Here's the story. My mom told me that way back when she was pregnant with me in her 3rd trimester. She went back to her province. She does this whenever she gets pregnant, so that her parents could look after her. There was this one instance in an ungodly hour one night she went out of her yard to relieve herself. We used to have an outhouse, used as a shower room and a toilet room in their backyard, but for some reason she didn't use it. When she was done, she suddenly heard a cry of a newborn baby going softer and softer. There were no other babies yet in our rural area, and my sister, who was a toddler at the time, was the youngest one yet. She instantly knew a Tianak was preying on us, so she immediately ran back inside my grandparents' house and locked the door behind her. Good thing my grandparents had the habit of locking all the windows and closing the shades by the time the sun's setting. My sister also experienced it firsthand. My mother was still pregnant with me at the time, nearing her due date. My sister still remembered it vividly, even though she was only 2 at that time. She was awoken by a baby crying right next to the bed. She was caged between the wall and my pregnant mother. When she was about to sit up and check it by herself, my mother pushed her back to the bed and told her to ignore it and return to sleep. She also briefly remembered that tears were streaming down my mother's face that time. Is there an explanation for this? Is this a known paranormal phenomenon? I live in Illinois. I've had a couple of paranormal experiences as a kid, but nothing since I'm 30 now. Earlier this year in March, I had a half-full cup move right in front of me. I thought, okay, definitely paranormal, but best to just ignore it, so I told my wife and we just forgot about it. Saturday, I was going to bed at like 2 a.m. after gaming. Put on one of my downloaded history radio shows on Spotify to fall asleep to, like I always do. Put it on airplane mode because it was right next to my head so I can hear it without disturbing my wife. Well, I was dozing off. I start to hear static. The only word that I can think of to describe it is demonic or hellish speaking, almost whispering, breaking through the show. I could still hear the show host speaking a word here and there in the background, but he was staticky, and the voices were so weird it would sort of just wake me up. I started to try and hear if I could figure out what it's saying or what's going on, but I couldn't. It was late, so I turned it all the way down and went to bed. My first thought was paranormal, but couldn't be sure. Never had anything like that happen before, so I ignored it. But yesterday my wife was at her desk when the monster she was drinking moved twice in front of her. Not really afraid, but I really want to know if anybody's experienced or heard something like that happening through the phone speakers. Is there an explanation for what may have happened? I'm almost afraid to listen at night now because it might happen again. Garden haunt. So a few years back, 2011-ish, I had been asked by my ex-wife if I could do some planting, maybe some general maintenance for my ex-brother-in-law's mom. She had just lost her husband. It was early summertime, end of June. And in general, the weather was clear, blue skies, quite warm, which for Scotland can be a rarity. My brother-in-law's mother, who had just bought back the ashes from the crematorium the previous day, and I'll admit, I felt a bit weird knowing that they were just inside the home I was working at, as the garden was the late husband's pride and joy, and I was replanting and tidying the place up, so I felt he might be watching me. I passed that feeling off as sort of nonsense. Also, while my ex-brother-in-law's mother went out to grab some lunch, I refused to go into the house on my own, knowing that his ashes were there. Which is silly, I know, but I kept getting weird feelings. I finally got, stuck into planting. It must have been about 1 p.m. I was on my hands and knees about halfway into an acre of garden with small trees, heathers and various other flowers and plants. I had my headphones on, playing Mr. Bungle. and it was just totally oblivious to everything apart from the music and the planting. It suddenly went from scorching hot to freezing cold. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, and I could feel it in both my arms. I slowly started to look up, and now to this day I can still clearly remember what my ex-brother-in-law's dad was wearing. Brown hush-puppy-type shoes, light gray slacks, blue and white checkered short-sleeved shirt. But what really got me was the tattoos on his arm. Seeing that I knew it was him, never looked up past the neck of his shirt. I didn't know how I would deal with looking at a spirit or ghost or whatever in the face. That's 12 years ago, and I've experienced other things as well. It's not that I don't believe. I despise the word skeptic. In honesty, I don't know if what I saw was a hallucination or what. I don't like how religion has constructed words for the settings for what comes after, when it could actually be something that has a scientific reasoning. By that, I mean a reason for this energy inside the body retaining self and memories and emotions. Because I do think that's possible, but using archaic terminology for it is not for me. Anyway, I hope some of you will give me your thoughts and opinions on this. That's the end of today's stories. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Good afternoon, good evening, or good night. See ya. Greetings from the haunting world of Paranormal M, where the paranormal and the unexplained take center stage. Join us on a thrilling adventure as we uncover the most bone-chilling encounters to date. Hit that subscribe button, drop an M in the comments, and turn on notifications to never miss out on our gripping stories. Not sure if sleep paralysis or possession attempt. Looking back, there was paranormal activity before this. I don't know why my mind is thinking about possession today. Probably because my dad recently woke up from a bad nightmare. It had me thinking about my bad sleep paralysis experience. And then the things that led up to it beforehand that I never really thought about properly till now. So this was all 2 or 3 years ago. I moved into a house share, and I remember my housemate sharing the house mentioned the basement was creepy, and that when people go down there, something weird happens to them after. One example was a girl who said that when she went down there, she felt scratching on her legs. I avoided going down there because that was enough for me. I guess I was in a bad place, just leaving a toxic narcissist guy before I moved in. I wouldn't say I was super depressed, but I wasn't great either. Just for context on my mental state. I also wasn't eating properly and smoking weed on and off a lot. Anyway, I remember weird things happening in my room, like electronics randomly being turned off at the same time. This happened a couple of times, but the one that stood out to me was when my TV, music, laptop, and phone all went off for no reason. I didn't freak out. Instead, I just turned it all back on. Second weird thing was when I was doing my hair in the mirror and I heard a loud bang against my chest of drawers. This was behind me. Turned around, everything was rattling. My necklaces, perfume, and all that on top. This spooked me quite a bit, so I went and sat in my friend's room for a while. I'd wake up a lot around 3 a.m. every other night. One night I woke up and felt like I should have a smoke before going back to bed. I was in between sleep and wakefulness for about an hour, then slipped into a creepy lucid dream. When I woke up from that dream, I couldn't move or open my eyes. I was having closed-eye hallucinations of a black squiggle getting larger and larger, and then when it got too big for my vision or eyelids, I'd suddenly get flashes of demonic faces. I was shaking like a seizure. Then it would start again to a black squiggle. This was an awful loop that went on and on until my alarm woke me up from it. If it wasn't for these strange visions, I would have passed off the head vibrations and humming and intense fear and seizure-like shaking to the vibrational stage of astral projection. But the visuals I had, as well as weird experiences leading up to this all makes me think otherwise. Was this a possession attempt? Usually I read possession as gradual, which I've had a more relatable experience of, but that wasn't that long ago. But I'm wondering about this instant being a spiritual attack, or even a hardcore possession attempt. My mom's ghost story. My mom is from Singapore, and I have a lot of family there. They always talk about ghosts, especially this female entity named Pontianak. I'm not sure if this entity was involved in this story, but it was creepy nonetheless. I mention this entity because my mom has an experience that she saw right before this. This is the story of my mom, or at least the one she told me, and I'm not 100% sure on some of what she said, but I do believe her on a majority of it, because she was very spooked halfway through this visit to Singapore and was randomly playing prayers on repeat when she went to sleep, lights on and cuddling when we went to bed. We're not a cuddling family, by the way, so she didn't even tell me the story until after the holiday either. So we'll start off with what I remember that night. I was 12 years old and it was nearly midnight. We spent the whole day with family. Lots of uncles and aunts. I was shattered. I came back from dinner or something with them and they were dropping us off at the hotel. We were going to see them off, but my mom wanted to talk to the receptionist first, so she did. Then we went to the lift to go to the basement car park where the family were waiting for us. We got into the lift and pressed B2, but the lift took us to B1. The doors opened and I recalled seeing a white corridor with a bend where I couldn't see past. Interestingly, my mom remembers seeing a black room, no light and nothing there. Either way, nobody was there, and we were unsure why the lift took us there. Maybe somebody just pressed it and left. I guess that does happen. We press the button again and we get to B2. We see our family off and head back to the lift into our room. I'm getting sleepier when I get inside and I go straight to our big double bed, knock out. Evening's over for me. After this night, Mom sleeps with the lamp on in the hotel room for the remainder of the holiday. She downloads Islamic prayers onto my phone. This was at nighttime on repeat over and over. It wouldn't tell me why. She also asked me to come closer to her so she could hold me. This never happens ever. I would talk to my aunties about things looking worried and they would speak Malay on purpose so I didn't understand, which was infuriating because for my own good at the time, I guess, but my cousins wouldn't translate much to me either. So now we go to my mom's side of the story when she tells me her vision of these events a few years after the holiday. Mom said she felt weird the moment that the lift opened to B1, apparently for no reason, but she didn't want to say anything. That floor was a black space for her. She saw nothing, no white corridor, just empty darkness. After seeing family, she felt like something was with us, but also ignored it as paranoia. When we got back into the room, she heard two men outside the door. They said something on their radios that she couldn't hear and then walked off. Mom said I was in bed and out. A bomb couldn't wake me up. We shared a big double bed and she was doing her stuff and unwinding and getting ready to sleep. When she was ready, she put a water bottle on her side table, turned the lights off, and joined me in bed ready to sleep. When she closed her eyes, she said she heard footsteps walking into the room. She thought it must have been from the guests next door, so she puts a pillow over her head to block out the noise and sleeps. She said at this moment something punched her in the head with a very strong force. It hurt even with the pillow covering her, and so hard that her bottle of water flew off the bedside table. She frantically gets up and turns the light on and gets ready to beat my ass. Until she realizes I'm all the way on the other side of the bed, fast asleep with my back turned to her. Nobody else was in the room. She becomes terrified. It feels like she can hear laughing from next door. But was it next door, though? She thought the footsteps were the door next to. The next day, she said that she goes to speak to the hotel manager about changing rooms and speaks in Malay in hopes they'll be inclined to tell her more info, if there was any. Also, I don't know how true this part is, as I couldn't tell if this would really happen. They told her they saw something follow us on their CCTV walking back to the room, and sent security to go follow behind in hopes to scare it off. But when we were in our room, there's nothing we can do. In Singapore, it appears common to have ghost sightings, and Mom spoke in Malay to show that she's from Singapore and knows this stuff can happen, so they could share this. They said moving rooms wouldn't do anything. I think the chance was there for her to see the CCTV, but she declined. Didn't want to see it, I guess. Mom asked her sisters and brothers for advice. They sent her some protection prayers to sleep and Bluetoothed them to my phone. They shared some paranormal experiences that they had in the sort of similar areas themselves. Mom told me this, and I do believe something hurt her and scared her because she was so different after that night. She passed away 2 years ago and had some disturbing paranormal experiences in her lifetime. I pray she's in a better place now, far away from these things, protected and reunited with her parents. It seems my brother also has an issue with a female entity. I'm unsure if it's linked, but it's a story for another time. As for me, I've never seen anything like this or any ghosts, just the odd shadow figure and my own weird experiences. Again, a story for another time. Haunted or not? This happened quite some time ago when I was around the age of 10. I lived with my dad at the time, and me, my brother, dog, stepsister, stepmom, and dad moved into this town that was known for the large haunted hotel that centered the small town. So we decided to move to a small 2-bedroom house, because my dad had gotten a job in that town. So this is when everything paranormal started happening. Nothing ever happened to me personally other than waking up monthly, if not weekly, in the middle of the night having a panic attack. But stuff would happen to my dad and stepmom and stepsister and my brother all the time, and sometimes even our dog was kind of weird. So the house was really creepy in my opinion at night, or just late even into the afternoon. The house itself gave off a creepy aura, just in general, but my stepmom would hear things all the time. My brother once saw an elderly man walking really quickly into the kitchen out of sight, to which my brother was 7 years old at the time and thought it was our dad, because in our kitchen a fireplace room was connected to it along the door to the backyard. So my brother ended up asking if it was my dad, and it left our father incredibly confused because my dad hadn't gotten up at all, really. He'd been sitting in the other room from 4 a.m. My dad wakes up super early when he's not at work. This was all the way to 10 a.m. Then my stepsister once saw a dark, shadowy figure standing over her bed while she was laying there about to fall asleep, and she would also hear things. Like my dad at the time had a drinking problem. We'd be up at night drinking per usual, but one night we had gotten onto the topic of ghosts, and ghosts possibly residing in our house. So my dad ended up standing up and shouting, "Get out of our house, you're not welcome here, I don't want you here." Then my dad sat down, and all of a sudden his back started burning. My stepmom lifted up his shirt, and she saw 3 red marks going down my dad's back. Then our dog would randomly sit there, silent, just staring up at the corner of the roof, any particular room, and no matter what we would do, he wouldn't snap out of it. The dog's a German Shepherd Husky mix. He was super affectionate and would come up to you if you called his name. But I never experienced anything in particular other than the occasional slamming of a cabinet door. but I had the habit of trying to make peace with the supposed ghost. When I would be alone, I had the tendency to say, I mean you no harm. You don't mess with me, and I won't mess with you. So is this all just a coincidence at the time, or was my house actually haunted? Weird dream turned into me waking up being choked. I was suddenly aware I had been startled out of a dream at 5 a.m. by a strong feeling of pressure on my neck. If you guys know the sound of a cat's body when it's stretching, or you make in the morning when you stretch, that's what it sounded like, but very loud. The sound of whatever it was really projecting their energy right at my neck, and I was in sleep paralysis, so I knew it wasn't myself. Beforehand, I had a hard time falling asleep. I drifted off around 4 a.m., so this took place like an hour into my slumber. My dream was that I was watching a TikTok of an elderly couple goofing off. Randomly, the husband said, "Oh my God, it's right there," to the wife who had been goofing around, maybe with magic. She proceeded to look around and said, "What?" The husband responded with, "It's right there," while looking into the camera, but I felt like he was looking directly at me and indicating the entity was both in their TikTok and my room. He pointed somewhere near them, and in an instant I felt like whatever was happening in this dream was very, very, very real. I felt a connection to this video. Moments later, my vision had changed as I was leaning to the right side of my bedstand into an extended hand. The millisecond I made contact, it seized my neck and woke me up. I instantly apologized profusely in my mind. I'm sorry, because the feeling was that I had just done something very wrong. The moment I snapped out of my sleep paralysis, I flung my arms up to whack it off. The night before that was similar because of being woken up, but non-violently, by a weird gripping and tingling pain on my lower body. In my suspicion, there definitely is a correlation between the vivid events of my dreams and being awoken in these instances. The dreams felt like transponders for a weird interaction to happen. Are there any explanations from psychology or paranormal studies that could shed light on my experiences with a hand touching me while asleep and loud ringing noises? Ghost? I often recall these experiences after they occur. This started when I was in a state where I wasn't self-aware, but conscious during my sleep. For some odd reason, unsure if it was a dream or a reality. Similar to what happens in our conscious during meditation, if I get lost in it. Thoughts like "I am" are just not there. It feels like a dream, and I'm only aware it happened once it's ended. I was able to vividly observe my surroundings, but then abruptly woke up, realizing it wasn't a typical dream, and I felt like sleep paralysis, or was. So most of the time the visions of my room happen beforehand. Then the sensations like a glitchy video transition. The lights are on when I open my eyes momentarily, and these false awakenings are visions, but upon awakening I notice that they're off, and I get jump-started. I remember this all took place while considering two options and debating over them in my head. One bad and the other good. Unfortunately, I can't recall the details, but the two numbers were displayed in front of me portraying different outcomes like a projection of my thoughts on a writing board. I could see the numbers, and that's it. As I was about to choose the positive option, I suddenly heard a strange, increasingly loud, familiar ringing sound that cannot be described, but it's pure energy projection trying to move my head to option one. Once close enough and on the side of my face, it felt like a hand pressing on my face to forcibly turn to the wrong option. Thought I had woken up my family because I exclaimed very loudly twice, confusion and cringe at feeling it again, and even moving my leg to rotate away. Then I woke up facing the opposite direction. The room was dark. I felt puzzled that my brain had fooled me to believe the lights were on. The feeling of the hand forcibly guiding my head to face the risky bad option in front of me made no sense. But after awakening, I forgot what the exact thoughts and options were that I was having, and only what I was considering. That was because of getting startled so bad and debating that if it was a dream of sleep paralysis or actual sleep paralysis, I didn't know. Actually, the more I try to remember, I think I turned my head away from option 1 voluntarily, then woke up. That meant whatever it was actually was able to rotate my head. It's not astral projection, but I can always see my room briefly, and in these instances, the light is always on. It wasn't scary this time, but it's unexplained. I've tried saying prayers, which help, but I think the real protection is based off how I feel before I fall asleep. Whatever this is has interacted with me 4 times in my sleep in 1 week. Entity lived in my sister's closet. About 2 years ago, my older sister would spend almost all of her time in her bedroom. I was an annoying sister, so whenever she was in there, I would love to pop my head in and say hello. She was never that annoyed by me hanging out, but I started to realize that I couldn't spend much time in there without feeling sick. I would either get a headache or start to feel nauseous. My sister and I used to joke about this and say that my sister's room just had bad vibes. After a while, we started to notice that her dogs also wouldn't spend more than a couple of minutes in her bedroom at a time. After a while, I started noticing multiple things about my sister's behavior. She slept with her door open and her lights on. She always seemed drained and honestly was becoming quite paranoid. She admitted to thinking that she would hear things and voices and whispers. Her grandmother lives with us and is quite religious. Apparently one day my grandma was in my sister's closet hanging up clothes for her and felt something breathe in her ear. I didn't witness this, but my 2 older sisters said that they heard our grandma screaming and crying from downstairs. They both went to check on her and found her pacing my sister's bedroom with a Bible in her hand, yelling at whatever was in her bedroom that wasn't welcome, apparently. I don't get headaches or nausea in that room anymore, and the dogs feel comfortable enough to take naps in there now. Violin music. So last year I lived in downtown Portland, in a building that was way over 100 years old. I almost died living there, honestly. Unknowingly, I guess it had black mold, which makes sense, being such an old building. But I got mold sickness, and severely freaky things happened while living there. My best friend came to visit and got in real late, so I made her a cup of tea and laid down. Told her I would see her in the morning. I woke up at 3 a.m. and she was gone. Her wallet was still in my apartment door was wide open, and she had opened and hung my umbrella from the inside of my door. She also hung her charm bracelet off the umbrella. In my doorway were carefully laid out playing cards, feathers, and a crystal. She remembers after I gave her the tea, she had a clear vision of 3 witches that wanted to harm me, and she felt if she drank the tea, it would poison her. She couldn't sleep, so she went down to her car and I guess sat in the stairwell of my apartment. She ended up leaving because she said every time she would try to walk back up to my apartment, this extremely loud violin music was playing. And it would get louder as she got closer, so she was afraid and left. At the same time, I had been going across the street to this church that had what they called healing rooms for prayer, because I was so extremely sick. 3 women prayed over me and told me the same thing, that I had 3 spirits surrounding me. 2 I could identify, but the 3rd was there to harm me. As they prayed and spoke in tongues, I felt something dark coming up out of my throat. I started speaking in tongues too. 2 of them witnessed the spirit leave my body. Trying to understand what the violin music may have meant. Does anybody know of any correlation with the spirit world and violin music? paranormal happenings. I'll add, I was in a very severe car accident almost 15 years ago. Pedestrian versus vehicle, and had pretty severe head trauma, amongst other bodily injuries. This incident hasn't left me with many lasting side effects other than vertigo, tinnitus, and some other issues with mental focus. Something only I and one or two other people close to me have ever really noticed, but just because we know how mentally sharp it was before. I can recall the paranormal events with the same clarity as before the accident, so I don't believe that's really had any impact on my memories of these happenings. Little background. I'm a 29-year-old female, and I grew up in the crummy little town in Northern California where I spent the ages of 1 to 10. My parents have been divorced since before I can remember. I have no memories of them together, so I grew up floating between the two households. I lived with my mom during these times, and at least these times when these events occurred, and would see my dad every other weekend. I remember being very attached to my mom, as most small children tend to be, especially in split households, and I would typically end up sleeping in her bed most nights. I was probably 2 or 3 when my first stepdad came into the picture, and he, of course, wanted to put a stop to the bed sharing. He worked a pretty stressful job with long hours and didn't need a wiggly toddler messing with his sleep schedule. And as a parent now myself, I totally get it. I recall that I didn't take very well to it initially. I would wake up in the middle of the night, go to my mom's room, which is directly across the hall from mine, try the doorknob and find it locked. I would just sit there and knock until either my mom came and got me, or sometimes my stepdad would tell me to go back into my room. At one point, my stepdad sat me down and had a conversation with me about how I needed to stay in bed unless it was an actual emergency. We all needed to get as much sleep as we could to stay healthy, have energy to go to work and school and play and all that. So I got the hint, and eventually I was able to stay asleep through the night. I wanted to make sure nobody got sick or tired because of me waking them up, so even if I did wake up, I did everything I could do to fall back asleep and stay in bed myself. The house we lived in had always given me really bad vibes. Even at such a young age, I could tell that there was something wrong with it. It felt heavy inside, and just about any time I turned a corner or entered another room, it felt like I was maybe going to be having someone or something waiting for me. Having our dog Zephyr had helped a bit. He was a Rhodesian Ridgeback. They're a large breed, pretty muscular, very loyal, protective, intelligent, you know. He slept in my room at the foot of my bed most of the time. The first encounter I experienced was when I was like 4 or 5 years old, and at this point I had developed a solid sleeping pattern, rarely woke up throughout the night. I remember waking up like my whole body was just wide awake. I was completely alert out of a dead sleep. I looked at my digital clock on my nightstand and saw it was 2:14 a.m. No clue why I remember the exact time with such clarity. I remember just about everything about the entire scene in vivid detail, as a matter of fact. And I just kind of looked around my room, wondering why I had woken up. I looked toward the foot of my bed, which was facing my open bedroom door, where I could see the small hallway and across it to my mom's closed bedroom door. The hallway light was on, which was normal, but nothing amiss. I saw Zephyr at the foot of my bed and noticed his ears were perked, and he was alert as well, with his head lifted and focused on the hallway, but still sitting down. Suddenly had a really overpowering sense of alarm come over me. My heartbeat sped up, my breathing got shallow, and I remember feeling like I needed to get out of there, out of my room at the very least, and not be alone. The sound was muffled at first, kind of like it was down the hallway, maybe coming from the garage, which was past the kitchen. It was a dragging sound, like something heavy wrapped in cloth being dragged across the floor. Then a heavy, dull thump, followed by a low moan as if someone were in pain. But it wasn't clear. It was like if somebody had something covering their mouth. I sat there in my bed trying to understand what I was hearing, or if I was, in fact, really hearing it. When I looked back at my dog, he stood up on my bed immediately, hackles raised and growling with his teeth baring toward the open door. This dog was never vocal by any means, let alone aggressive, and this reaction proved to me that I was truly experiencing what I felt and what I heard. I sat for a few more seconds, just stunned. I think I could hear the dragging, the thump, and the groan repeated, now closer toward the end of the hallway, which means it had crossed through the kitchen. I threw my covers off and ran to my doorway where I was stopped, suddenly very frozen in fear. The noises continued, seemingly unbothered by my movement, and Zephyr had jumped down from my bed but refused to move from that part of the room. I remember my heartbeat absolutely pounding in my ears. I tried to figure out how to take the 3 steps across the hallway and get to my mom's room without getting caught, eaten, or found by whatever was coming toward me. I heard one more muffled groan and decided to shut my eyes and just run. As I stepped into the hallway, I remembered it was so cold, like a window had been left open. It kind of caught my breath in my chest. I also remember having my entire body just flooded with the sense of do not look down the hallway, and I listened to it. I opened one eye to make sure I didn't run into my mom's door. Thankfully, it was unlocked as I barreled into her room and closed it as quickly and as quietly as I could behind me. Crawled into bed next to my mom and pulled the covers over my head, trying to calm myself down as best I could. Eventually, I fall asleep. I didn't hear the noise anymore. I think it was about a week before I tried to tell anybody about that night. I think my mindset was, don't think about it, or it'll happen again. So I didn't really acknowledge it until I had some undivided attention from adults. It made me feel safer. It was my dad and his wife at the time who I ended up talking to about the whole thing. They brushed it off and suggested it was just the refrigerator or the ice maker, but with how my dog reacted and how very clearly I could remember it all, especially the way it made me feel, I knew it was something else. I 100% had the dog by my side every night for a long time. I started keeping my door closed, or open just a crack, but as far as I can remember, that particular incident never happened again. As I grew up in that house, I still felt like there was a presence. Not necessarily malicious, but definitely nothing good. More like it wanted to keep me in a perpetual state of fear and anxiety. I continued to have that feeling of expecting to see something around every corner, which did give me horrible anxiety. In fact, I remember vividly one afternoon in my after-school program in the 1st grade, I felt like I was lucid dreaming. Like suddenly, nothing around me was real and I couldn't wake up. I started crying and screaming and pinching my arms just to make sure I could feel it. And then another kid went and got a teacher because he thought he had, just gotten stuck in a play structure or something that I was in. Needless to say, whatever it was, it succeeded in messing with my head, if that was its goal. Over the next year, my dad ended up taking Zephyr to live on the ranch that he had. Zephyr was his dog to begin with. I was never quite sure why he'd left him with my mom in the first place, and, well, one night I remember not feeling well, and wanting to go to my mom for some medicine. But when I opened her bedroom door, a large, dark dog snout appeared out of the darkness. Then an entire canine muzzle protruded out toward me at an eye level. It was a dark brown color, long and sleek. I could even see the shine from the wetness on the nose. No teeth bared, no noises or anything particularly scary other than the indication that there was suddenly a very large dog in my mom's room. I very quickly closed the door and ran back to bed, hoping that would be the end of it for the night, and it was. My younger sister was born when I was about 6, my brother when I was 8. So there were a lot of distractions over the next few years, and I didn't notice much activity. Things got really chaotic at that house. Unfortunately, it developed into a pretty toxic relationship between my mom, stepdad, and me, so when I was 10 years old, I decided to go live with my dad on his ranch. I continued to feel paranoid and anxious, but I didn't have any more encounters like at my mom's house. Later in my teenage years, I confided in my mom about feeling the heavy presence and very vaguely touching on that one particular encounter. She confessed that she always had felt a presence there as well. At that point, we weren't terribly close, so I didn't press her any more on the issue. She never brought it up again either. My next significant encounter didn't happen until I was in my early 20s. My daughter was around, maybe two and a half at the time. I had recently purchased my first home. After a year of living there, my ex-husband and I split up and had settled on, me keeping the house since he didn't like the area it was in anyway. It was kind of in the mountains, and he was very much a city life person. I loved the place. The area was great with lots of hiking and lakes and great spots for, plenty of opportunities for getting my daughter outside, you could say. The house was 2-bed, 2-bath, a nice little porch on the back and plenty of room for my daughter to grow into. There was something off about her room in particular, though. Specifically her closet. It just made me want to not be in there for too long. Honestly, I would watch it through the video monitor that I had in her room sometimes. When my daughter was with her dad, and I truly half expected to see something come out of it. For eyes to peer back at me or a hand to reach around the sliding doors, but I chalked it up to being single for the first time in almost 10 years and readjusting to be alone. Of course, my anxiety that had stuck with me since childhood was still here, though, so my daughter really only slept in her room. The rest of the time I made sure to have her in the kitchen with me, playing in the living room or outside digging in the dirt, planting flowers or something of the sort. Plus, nothing had happened aside from that feeling of mine, and I tried really hard to just push it away and not let it get the better of me. One day I was cleaning up, dusting the vents particularly, when I saw a bunch of colorful things in the vents connected to the wood-burning fireplace. I unscrewed the vents and found a ton of Lego pieces, a spoon, and a few other plastic toy parts. Thought to myself, well, it's safe to say there was definitely a little kid here at some point. As I smiled and imagined a toddler happily pushing their toy into the vent on the wall, having the time of their life, some poor mother wondering where that spoon went. As I scooped out more of the Legos and other junk, I found a card at the very back of the pile that turned out to be a driver's license. I cleaned it off and saw that the expiration date was still a couple of years away, meaning it must have been renewed fairly recently. Decided to look up the person to see if I could return it to them. It had been about a year of me owning the house, so I figured they most likely had gotten a replacement, but I was strangely curious about this person. Thought it was a little strange. The license belonged to a younger girl according to the birth date on the card, but she didn't have any social media, nothing on LinkedIn, really no internet presence at all, which I feel is pretty rare today. The only thing I could find connecting to her was this old blog post. I think it was only a couple of years old at the time. She was just kind of venting online about how her family had abandoned her, and they shunned her for practicing a certain belief system that's constantly misconstrued and sensationalized to be something that's not. I don't want to name it here, but based on what she said she was doing, the rituals and the summoning, I don't believe she was following practices in line with this religion. I don't feel right associating it here, but I think she may have been confused herself. I will say, I ended up shredding the license and never got in touch with her. TW. Next paragraph, pregnancy loss. She talked about her boyfriend that she lived with, and the child that they had, and how they were all very happy together and better off without her judgmental family. She went on to say that she'd had a miscarriage recently late during the pregnancy. Not sure if this was before or after she had the child that lived in the house with her, and she was very obviously grieving for a long time. In one post, she claimed to have summoned her lost child's spirit. I felt like this could have been connected to my strange feelings about my daughter's room, but I kind of felt like I was being paranoid and, once again, didn't want to let it get the best of me. I held on to this mindset until one night I woke up to my daughter crying. It was a little louder than her usual "I'm awake" cry, so I checked the video monitor I had on my phone. I saw her standing up, holding onto the railing at the foot of her bed. Looking just to the left of the monitor camera, she was crying, suddenly started screaming in a way that I'd never heard before, with so much terror and fear. I watched for a second longer when she raised her arm and pointed at something. Also just to the left of the monitor, sprinted into her room, not even thinking to look at the wall near the monitor, and I scooped her into my arms and asked desperately, "What's wrong? Are you okay? What is it?" She continued crying, and in her arms she had it still raised and pointing behind me, began rising up toward the ceiling while her eyes followed. She was able to say through tears, "That, make it stop, that." I followed her direction and looked up where she was focused. I saw nothing. The room was heavy, though. And that closet, there was such a sinister energy with it. Took my daughter into my room and we slept the rest of the night in my bed. The next day I dropped her off with her dad for the weekend and I immediately went and bought sage to burn. I'd never done anything like that before. I tried to research as much as I could about how to be successful with it. So I gave it my best shot. Took an abalone shell, burned the sage, and walked through my home speaking and projecting positive energy into my space, releasing any negative energies that may have been stuck. I went into my daughter's room last night, really wanting to take my time in there. My voice shrank a little, my hand shook a little, but I went on very intentionally. I wanted to really focus on that closet. I had to. As I continued speaking and moving closer to the closet, I pulled one of the sliding doors back so I could get the sage inside that space. The words got stuck in my throat, and my breathing stopped involuntarily. On the back of that sliding door were several strange symbols and things that looked like they might be words in a different language, and then what seemed like scribbles of nonsense. I immediately cleaned off the door as best I could and as fast as I could. Finished up the rest of the saging in the room. I wish I had taken a picture or something so I could have researched what it was, but could have also been nothing but nonsense, but I suppose it's for the best either way. After the saging, the house honestly did feel lighter. Nothing ever happened like that night again. My daughter slept much better and my mood in general seemed to improve. I ended up selling the place a couple years ago and have since moved to a different state. Ever since then, my life's been fairly uneventful in the paranormal area. I did seem to gain this sense of premonition almost. Started when I was around 10 or 12, and to get progressively stronger with age. It's kind of cool, kind of useful, kind of a bummer sometimes. I get very clear thoughts, almost like it's spoken to me, but in my head. Just like a very confidently stated fact. I can get into that in a different post, though. This has gone on for too much longer than I anticipated. It feels really good to be able to get it out in a community where these kind of events are actually given credibility. Weird experience as a teen. In my house growing up, my family and I felt like our house was haunted. However, we were never worried because nothing bad ever happened. My mom recalls seeing shadows sometimes in the corner of her eye go past her doorway and into my room. We would always find cupboards in the kitchen open, and one night I went to the kitchen, probably like 2 a.m., and every cupboard was open, including the fridge and freezer. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna deal with that. Took my scared ass back to bed. Anyway, the one night I wanted to talk about, I woke up from my mobile phone ringing. I was like 15 at the time, so I woke up still half asleep, put my phone to my ear, and I was talking to somebody. But this voice was kind of just making sounds and mumbling, kind of like a demon voice, if you will. As I started to wake up a little bit more, I looked at my phone and realized it was dead. First, how the fuck was it ringing? Secondly, who the fuck was I talking to? Well, the voice didn't stop as I just kind of stayed there, still hearing this weird fucking voice, which still creeps me out. I then noticed there's this fucking shadow standing next to my bed. Not at the end of the bed, like right in my face. Obviously being scared, I pulled the blanket over my face, and then a few minutes later I got this odd feeling which I can only describe, sort of being electrocuted. I don't know, I've only told my mom and my girlfriend about this experience. People could say that I was dreaming, but yeah, nope. I know I wasn't because I was awake, too scared to sleep for the next few hours. Then the sun came up. I don't know if it was just weird. Remember another night, just quickly, I had a dream a vampire was biting me on my leg. Why the fuck would a vampire bite my leg? Anyway, I woke up, and it could literally be where it was biting me, but there was a bite mark. Not much happened other than that, apart from my cupboard always being opened. My sister told me that she would hear footsteps when she was home alone, though. I've heard them, but could be anything. Strange dream last night. So I dreamed I decided to visit an uncle of mine who's a Freemason. I haven't seen him for a long time. In this dream, I called him on the phone to ask if I could go over for a visit. He said it was okay. Then he asked if I still wanted to be a Freemason, and I said I did. Later in the dream, I'm going up the stairs to his house when suddenly it was all pitch black. A voice said, "Do you seek the light?" And I answered, yeah. Then it asked the same question again 2 more times, and I answered yes to both. So a door opened to a room which was not my uncle's house, and he wasn't there. I saw a group of men, all unknown to me, wearing matching robes. They tested me and asked a few questions concerning responsibility, commitment, life goals, and ethics. I felt a little scared, and in a moment of consciousness inside a dream, I said, "If you mean to cause any evil or harm to me or my family, I hereby demand you all to leave, by the name and blood of my Lord Jesus Christ." One of them smiled at me and said, "We mean no harm to no one, and you are wise in spirit, for you know that evil things run in fear of ones that say in the name of Jesus." Then an old man with a long white beard appeared sitting on a chair, the door behind him, and he asked, "Who are you?" I said my name, and he said, "This is who you are, but who are you?" I said I was a servant of Jesus Christ in search of becoming better, and he said, "That is your commitment to your mission, but who are you?" I said, "I am," and spent a few seconds thinking, and the old man interrupted me, saying, "Indeed you are. I welcome you. You may go through." And I went through the door, and I woke up. It was vivid as fuck, and that's why I can recall most of what happened and what was said. The man I was talking to on the bus disappeared. I was on the bus during the late hours of the evening. It was only me sitting on the bus. This happened very recently, so the story is still clear in my mind. Nothing was special or had stuck out to me about the trip until a few stops. This man gets on the bus and decides to sit next to me. I felt quite confused, as there were many seats around me that could have been chosen elsewhere to sit. I was also sitting near the back, so he seemed to have examined the entire bus and still chose to sit right by me. Just wonderful. I ignored it and kept to myself until he turned to face me and asked if I could keep a secret. This petrified me, as I thought he was about to confess something awful to me, as if I were a priest. He did stand out a little, so I assumed he was unwell or maybe even homeless. I stared at him for a few moments before ignoring him, not knowing how to respond. I'm not a rude person, but I am neurodivergent. It doesn't affect me much aside from my social skills, so sometimes I freeze and I'm unable to respond if a person seems even slightly threatening. He kept pestering me and asked me again if I could keep a secret. I stared at him and tried hard to convey fear with my eyes to try to imply that I was uncomfortable and maybe not the best person to share whatever he had to say to. I don't suffer from anxiety, so that's not the case. I simply don't communicate well. So after he asked me a few more times, I just said yes. He smiled and pulled out something from his jacket. My first thought was that it was shiny and square. Then he held it close to his lap, sort of secretly, even though there's nobody around. They were laminated photographs of machines and paperwork. I kind of laughed awkwardly and said, "That's nice." I understood this was some older, troubled man, so I tried to be polite until he pulled out a photograph of a man wearing the outfit that I had seen local officers wear. He was laying face first in the ground and was lying in what I assumed to be his own blood. My heart sank and I looked up at the man again. Now he had stopped smiling, which made me even more confused and scared. He told me he wasn't from this time, that he had successfully built a time machine and had wound up here, but there were government officials trying to stop him. I kept listening while I faced him as he continued to speak. I tried to comprehend what he was saying, but there was a ringing in my ear that got louder and louder. All I could focus on was his mouth moving, but not the actual words coming out of it, till I realized he just wasn't there anymore and the ringing noise had suddenly stopped. I didn't even see him vanish, he was just gone. The seat next to me was just empty. Hadn't seen him get up and the bus hadn't stopped in at least a few minutes because neither of us rang the stop button. I looked around me and had noticed it was earlier in the day all of a sudden. The sky was lighter in color than when I got on, and I checked my phone and it was 2 hours before the time I was even supposed to get on the bus. Also, the surroundings outside didn't seem familiar at all. I've taken this bus route 100 times and I've practically memorized every tree, building, and road at this point. I checked Google Maps. I was several hours away from my home. My typical bus ride's no longer than 40 minutes. Pressed the stop button and tried to explain to the bus driver that I think I took the wrong bus, and he explained that I've taken the same bus back and forth. 2 buses if I wish to go back to the place where I'd even got to the bus originally. That made no sense. I have a very good memory, and I'm constantly aware of what I'm doing. If I'd changed the bus 3 times, I would know. Also, I'd only bought 1 bus ticket. I do drink sometimes, but that's only occasionally. Never take, well, let's just say I haven't done any drugs, and it hasn't been prescribed medication since I was a child. Weird encounter in the woods. For context, this occurred in the summer of 2018, around late July. At the time, I was an intern working with the Forest Service. My general duties included trail maintenance and patrolling areas to interact with the public and make sure nothing was out of place. We often did this in teams of 2 or 3, but there were occasions that we had to conduct it solo. This wasn't a big deal for me as I had a decent amount of backcountry experience, already with some of it being solo too. I got the word that I needed to go do a day patrol up on an alpine lake. Simply there and back, about 8 miles total, just to check trail conditions and interact with anybody in order to show presence. The first 2 miles up are a relatively open valley, a moderate stream flowing through it, waist-high vegetation, and a couple of scree fields. As you work your way higher in elevation, you reach a tree line around the lake. To this day, I haven't experienced a feeling quite like I felt that day. The only way I think to describe it is if you've ever been around somebody who really didn't want you there. The air was perfectly still and I didn't hear a single thing. I just felt aggression. I felt so uncomfortable that I ended up not eating lunch because I didn't want to stop for too long. Anyways, I finish my patrol and leave kind of kicking myself for freaking myself out too bad. Flash forward a couple of weeks later. I get told to go back for a 2-day patrol, so that way I have time to make trail improvements by campsites by the lake. So I go back out, and this time I don't get the same vibe, confirming that it might have just all really been in my head. That night I pitch a tent, go to sleep at around 2-ish, but I wake up because I feel my tent shake. When I roll over a little, the tent shakes more violently, and I'm terrified white, knuckling my knife and bear spray when it deadly stops. No noise, no nothing. I stay up till sunrise, check around the tent, and find nothing out of the ordinary. Needless to say, I packed up and got out of there, wondering if anybody else has had a similar experience. Blinding flash of light with no plausible source. About 6 weeks, my girlfriend and I were sitting on the couch in our new apartment. We just moved into it. We had the TV on, and it was like 1:30 or 2:15 a.m. Except for the TV, all the lights in our room were out, and the blinds on the windows are essentially blackout blinds, so there's no light from outside, and they're all closed too. Randomly, a flash of light that was so bright it illuminated the entire room lights up with a blinding white light that was so bright that it's hard to explain. Not even sure how to explain it, actually. The light almost made everything glow as if it were like a black light or something. Can't even put it into words. When it happened, time sort of slowed down, and this rush of terror flooded over me in a wave. I know this happened in less than a second, but it felt much, much longer. I remember that it moved from the source almost like a wave, like way across the room, not how light should operate. I remember for whatever reason my first instinct was to look directly at our wall clock to make sure that there wasn't any missing time. Right in the middle of the experience, that was my instinct. That was to say, in that millisecond, my only thought was to make sure time wasn't missing, like you hear during alien abduction stories. The only thing that compares to this brightness is one of those strobe lights that go off in a fire alarm. But this was like 100 times brighter, and our apartment and the entire apartment building as a whole doesn't have such strobe lights. Again, in the room, there's absolutely no light source that could make sort of this kind of light. So my girlfriend, though, had a very different vantage point. She was on the couch facing a different angle as me. She faces the light source. She described it as looking at one of those comic book characters through bubbles in the middle of the room. But the kind of thought bubbles that have like those jagged edges, not the smooth ones, if that makes sense. To this day, she refuses to even talk about it because it's messed up her fundamental worldview. I totally understand where she's coming from, though. I used to be the biggest skeptic, Mr. Science Atheist there ever was, and I for my entire life would laugh at the thought of the paranormal or UFOs. Until in 2018, I saw a UFO. And not just a flicker in the sky. I saw and watched this UFO do things that are not even really talked about when it comes to UFOs. At least not to my knowledge at the time of seeing it. I totally denied the UFO experience to myself for a few years because if I had accepted it as happening, then that fact would absolutely shake me to my very core, my entire existential worldview on everything. Thought to myself, if I saw that, and it was true, then it opened the door to endless possibilities. Everything from the boogeyman to the very existence of God. But I digress. Anyway, back to the bright light. I have no idea how to explain, and I can't really find anything on Google. Has anybody else had a similar experience? I've lived in my 1901 townhouse for almost 2 years, not without anything weird until recently. So I've always said that I'm open or would love to see a ghost or something. My husband and I bought this townhouse built in 1901 that used to be occupied by a block of Lithuanian immigrants and all the townhomes in our row. The last two owners sold the townhome just before 2 years exactly, which, though odd, made sense with the profitable housing market. I've always joked that we mustn't have bought one of the haunted ones, since we've never seen anything. Our contractor got weird vibes when he was here alone, and our dog hates the basement, but otherwise nothing unusual, no quirks that I could tell. I've never had a supernatural experience before, aside from some sleep paralysis and visiting a retired Sanitarium. Never heard that word. Sanitarium in Austria for a study abroad. Like I said, I've always said that I was open, though. Taken a few weeks to even talk about what happened because it honestly scared me that badly. Recently, my husband was out of town for work, leaving the dog and I by ourselves. It wasn't his first trip without us by any means, but the first instant. I was sleeping on my side, facing the door to the hallway when I heard a noise. This isn't unusual since our townhouse backs up to an alley with businesses, and we occasionally hear neighbors or people in the alley. But our bedroom is facing the main street on the other side of the hallway. I looked over and saw that our dog had already gotten up to investigate, but oddly wasn't barking. I slowly opened my eyes, and as I blinked, I saw a figure that only became more clear as my vision focused. About a foot away from me was a small woman with round glasses and long black hair with her arms bent out like she was reaching toward me. I was frozen with fear like I've never felt. She looked about 5 inches tall and petite. I think they mean feet. And upon seeing that I'm waking up, she slowly backed away from me with small, careful steps as if she was trying to be as quiet as possible. I must admit my first thought was not an entity of any sort, but a drug addict that had broken in. Soon after, I hear the jingle of my dog's collar coming down the hallway toward me, and a surprised-looking lady slowly faded away, almost as quickly as she appeared. It's the oddest thing after that. Just, I guess you could call it a bout of pure mobilizing terror after that left. I felt a sort of wave of comfort, that she meant me no harm, perhaps. Like a warm blanket that had been put over my body, emanating a sense of calm and safety. I rolled over and fell back asleep as my dog was unbothered and hopped into bed with me. I'm not sure what to do with this. The second I saw her, I thought, I don't want to see you anymore, and she left. What still scares me, though, is why she was reaching towards me. Why she looked guilty and surprised when I woke up to catch her. What did she want from me? Every now and then, laying in bed, I get a feeling of unease, like I'm being watched. I can't shake it, and I no longer feel that sense of warm calm. Any advice is appreciated. None of my friends are taking me seriously. See you guys tomorrow.